Okay, I think we might be able to get started again. Can you hear us on the screen? Wave if you can. Oh, that's good. And can we hear you? Can you say something?
Kia ora.
Oh, that's amazing.
Hi.
Kia ora, Alice.
Hi.
Roger. Okay, we can hear you both. Okay, I'm very sorry about this. We've got a screen now, and we can hear and see you. So we will take your submissions. So first up is Roger. You've got 5 minutes to speak, and then we'll have 5 minutes to ask you questions, and we'll take it from there.
We'll do a bell at 4 minutes and a bell at 5
And,
minutes.
and we'll ring a bell once you've been speaking for 4 minutes, and then we'll ring it again at 5 minutes. So, Roger, apologies for the delay again. The floor is yours.
Oh, great. Thanks. Yeah, I'm speaking from Carterton, and my concern is the Wairarapa train service. I'm nothing to do with the Train Pain campaign, by the way. They're talking about the current service. I'm talking about planning for the future. And I've got a background as a transport planning consultant, which includes some work I did 5 to 10 years ago for Masterton Council on the rail service. So that's all useful background, I think. And I've structured my submission around 3 points. One is there's a kind of mindset that the Wairarapa service isn't really part of the Greater Wellington system. Secondly, we need trains through the day, not just extra peak trains. And thirdly, there is a serious, well, will be a serious congestion issue in the Hutt Valley. Now, my first point about the mindset, that isn't meant to embarrass anyone. I'm not saying it for that reason. It's simply to underline how big the problem is. If, for example, on pages 19 and 20, pictures of all the buses and all the public transport, you only have the Matangi train shown. I mean, if you can make something like that, it shows there is quite a deep set issue. Now, that's led to the idea that the Wairarapa line is 3 trains of commuters coming in, and then a few people into peak, and then 3 trains of commuters going out. In actual fact, if you look at travel demand, and you just have to look at the traffic going over the hill road, the demand is through the day in both directions. There hasn't been, to my knowledge, any research on who exactly uses those peak time trains. How many of them are actually work commuters? There may be people who want to get in for 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock and there's no other train. Or the other area of research is a lot of people, if they've got a nearly 4-hour wait to the next train, they'll probably drive. So a lot of people may be driving over the hill road who would get the trains if you ran a regular service. And it is possible to run a regular service. You've got 2 trains sitting in Wellington all day, and although the infrastructure isn't ideal, you can have 2 passenger trains passing each other at Featherstone, doing a bit of a shuffle, so to who uses the platform first. But it is possible. Now, if you are going to have more trains, you're also getting more trains throughout the rest of the metro system. You've had quite an increase in trains. We haven't had any increase in the numbers of trains in the Wairarapa, despite, of course, population going up. But there will be a congestion issue in the Hutt Valley. I referred to a paper done by a colleague of mine for the Australasian Transport Research Forum. It's 25 pages. It's quite technical, and it's been in the public arena for 3 years now. And it does show that you're getting congestion already. If you're going to run extra Wairarapa trains, well, there'll be a problem even with the existing ones. In practical terms, you're quite liable to get Wairarapa trains stuck behind stopping trains, which would add another 10 minutes to the journey. And that would mean even more people using the hill road. I've got a suggestion, and that is, although the paper says you may need 4 tracks between Taita and Petone, I'm saying at the very least work 4 tracks into your plans for transit-oriented development around Waterloo Station. Now, I'm quite excited about transit-oriented developments. I've known it in my professional career, very positive. But if you don't get 4 tracks in there, you'll be closing off the option. And so I'm saying work those into the plans as a centerpiece of whatever you're going to do at Waterloo. So that's my conclusion in my presentation in a nutshell. break the mindset issue that so you do actively plan for Wairarapa travel. And secondly, you really need through the day trains. There's a bit of planning involved there, but it can be done. And it can be done now. We don't have to wait for the new rolling stock. And the demand will not just be in the peak. And thirdly, do address that congestion issue in the Hut and in particular at Waterloo Station.
Thank you, Roger. Question from Councillor Staples.
Thank you. Thank you, Roger, for a very fulsome submission, which I thoroughly enjoyed reading. My question actually goes to our officers, if I may, rather than to Roger, because I believe that Roger's brought up some very pertinent points around the future planning of the Hutt Valley line with regards to extra services, quite over and above the fact that I would, of course, love to have some more services in Wairarapa. So how do we make sure that some of what he has brought up goes into our thinking? Can you give me some assurance around that, please?
Would you like to speak to that, or are you happy for me to say that you have noted the submission and there is some work being done in the background on it, and there'll be more to say from the team when we get to deliberations? Okay. Other questions for Mr. Bolter? Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Roger. Councillor Quentin Duthie here from Lower Hutt. One of the possibilities from KiwiRail for easing the capacity constraints on the Hutt Valley line would be an extension of the Melling line through to Manor Park, allowing Wairarapa and Upper Hutt trains to run in a more direct route and leaving the all stops trains running through the current Lower Hutt stations. Have you had a look at that proposal, and would that is that one way of meeting the capacity constraints on the Hutt Valley line in your view?
I haven't looked at that proposal. As I say, the expert on the capacity issue really is the person who did the Australasian Transport Research Forum paper, and I do know him quite well. In fact, I worked with him on the work we did for Masterton. My initial impression is that's a possibility. You'd have to, obviously link it with the Wairarapa line. I would think you need to look at all possibilities. That may be one of them. The more obvious one is 4 tracks, but it would be a bit of a technical study. You'd need to sort of evaluate all the options. It's always possible, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Duthie. We've made a note of that up here as well, so we can add that to our consideration of what we'll come back to you all with for the deliberations. Are there any other questions for Mr. Bolter? I see none. So thank you very much, Roger. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for your submission. And we will now move on to our next submitter, who is from the Mount Victoria Residents Association. And I think on our sheet it says Alan, but Alan is not available today. So we've got Avril. So Avril, if you'd like to come up. Is that right?
Yeah, that is what we've been told.
Yeah. Yeah. So 5 minutes to speak, and then 5 minutes for us to ask questions. So we're in your hands.
Thank you for having me here. I'm on behalf of the Mount Victoria Residents Association today, and we definitely support preserving and enhancing the bus services. We have the number 2 and the number 20 through our area, and they're pretty essential to us. We do wish to retain all the bus stops in Mount Victoria. This might sound a little odd. We're close to town, but there's a pretty steep hill there. We've got considerable intensification already, company share flats, number of people who are less than mobile. Once you start removing bus stops in Mount Victoria, they have to struggle to get up and down that hill. Down might be okay, up's probably getting a little more intense for a lot of people. And we can't bridge easily. If you're in a more widespread suburb, some people will perhaps drive their vehicle to a bus stop or something like that. In Mount Victoria, that's really not that possible because there's just no parking down towards Courtney Place. Pretty intense. We get flow over from down. So this bus stop's an important place. The other thing with removing buses to speed up buses is it would be nice to think that every other measure has been taken before we do that. Bus stops are often for the less mobile people. If we, have we investigated double boarding, double door boarding, street tag off, more bus lanes, all those sort of things can speed buses up as well or more effectively than actually removing bus stops and making people walk further to get to them. We'd also like the Airport Express to stop in one space. We get a lot of buses going through that tunnel there. They're all full and all the rest of it, but every other suburb gets one stop from the Airport Express. We would like that too. And we wouldn't mind the seating at the first bus stop in Hawker Street. If you're there and you're waiting for a bus, you're probably not so mobile. And that would be true, in fact, of a lot of our bus stops closer in. And we've also got the safety issue. There's an island at the corner of Pyrie and Brougham Street. It's that major turn there. It's not a great crossing. We've got schools on one side of it, people on the other side of it. We'd like an island there and we'd like everything to be well signposted. I've certainly seen people in vehicles sail through there in front of a large bus coming the other way. So yes, we definitely support bus transport. We'd love to preserve it and enhance it. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, April. Any questions for the Mount Victoria Residents Association? Councillor Connolly?
What, if you, aside from the airport flyer with Airport Express, what other buses do you have that you could make use of to get to the airport?
To go to the airport, people would have to go down to Courtney Place and catch the Airport Express. And to be fair, when you do that with your case, a lot of people will offer to help you push it back up the hill, I've discovered personally. But, other people do have a bus stop in Kilburnie, Haitaitai and the like. So
I guess
we would
it
appreciate
is a balancing act between trying to allow accessibility for as many people as possible versus trying to maintain the express part of the name.
Yes, I appreciate that. And again, that comes back to let's not remove too many bus stops if we can speed buses up in other ways. They carry a lot of people. I think it's 2% of our rush hour goes in the buses, or half our rush hour goes in the buses. So anything we can do to speed them up has to be a gain for everybody.
I think you might have been referring, Councillor Connolly, to the bus number 2, which is our most frequent and most heavily used bus, which does go through Mount Victoria and does stop very close to the airport. That might have been what you were thinking. Yeah. Other questions? No, I see none. Just to say, obviously we'll come back in the deliberations to these points, but there are no bus stops being removed from Mount Victoria or being planned to be removed from Mount Victoria, so we can reassure you on that one. Okay, so thank you for your time. And
thank you. And I'd like to say on a personal level, Thomas, thank you for your work on the Transport Committee and to you others too.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So next up is Alice, who has been waiting patiently online. Sorry again for the delay. Alice, we're in your hands.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm here to speak for my children who are 6 and 9 years old and for the next generation in general. I'm a medical doctor currently studying and researching public health, and I focus on interconnections between human health and our environment, including climate change. My master's research and now my PhD is looking at how we can achieve lasting policy shifts away from a car-dependent transport system to one which is multimodal, healthy and sustainable. And I'm always so excited about the huge range of benefits we can get from decarbonising our transport system when we really prioritise public and active transport. We have recent research done right here in Aotearoa which models these health and equity benefits, and they're much greater than what you'd get from simply electrifying the vehicle fleet. I live out in North Porirua and I regularly do a combined bike train commute to our office in Newtown. And we do have one car, but my kids really enjoy the family experiences we get travelling together on the buses and trains than strolling or scootering around when we get there. I've lived in and travelled to cities in multiple countries, so I've seen what great transport networks can do for a place. So that's me, and now I'll move on to my feedback on the plan. I'm just going to speak to some key points, and there is a bit more in my written submission. I want to start by saying that I absolutely support all your work which enables active partnerships with Mana Whenua and decisions which authentically uphold Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I support the goals for the public transport network that are laid out in the plan and also fully agree with the 4 strategic focus areas. I'm a yes to high frequency bus corridors and a second spine. We all know that repurposing public street space from general vehicle traffic and parking to allow fast, frequent public transport and space for people to walk and cycle is what works to keep things moving. Keep on explaining this fact and stay confident on painting the vision for the future of the city. Likewise, I'm a yes to the proposed parking demand management principles and the transit-oriented development plans at Waterloo. It is great to see all this joined up planning where the first and last mile of trips is factored in. On the topic of transit-oriented development, I would love to see this happen at Porirua Station too. The city centre there desperately needs to move beyond car-centric to people-centric mixed-use development, and I can see so much potential for increasing the vibrancy of the city as you plan for anticipated growth. I'm also calling on you to please make sure that Porirua City Council plan proper walking and cycling routes from the new Plimmerton farm development to make it appealing and safe for the local residents in the new growth areas to leave their cars at home when they travel to Plimmerton Station and beyond. We'd need proper bike and scooter parking and potentially a new bus route there too, but those measures would obviously reduce the car parking spaces needed at the station. Moving on to pets on public transport, I have a few reservations about that. I think that if the feedback you've had so far suggests that large numbers of people are avoiding travelling on public transport because they can't travel with pets, then perhaps it would be worth a trial. On the other hand, research has shown that in some parts of Auckland, people are really put off active transport where there are aggressive looking dogs in the area. Personally, I do find some dogs frightening, and I think you have to be very careful to maintain perceptions of personal safety on public transport. This is, of course, an area where people tend to see private vehicles as having an advantage, and I can imagine an unpleasant dog incident would have an outsized impact on perceptions of public transport safety if it generated media coverage. With regards to phasing cash out, I generally defer to your experts. I'd ask that you ensure people from low-income communities are involved in designing the transition away from cash. In other areas, I'm obviously really disappointed by the projected fare increases and the deferrals and delays, which are due to reduced central government funding. I feel really strongly about access to public transport for all, because I know that when we look after each other, we get better outcomes for everyone. So please keep educating the Minister and lobby on my behalf for a transport system that actually meets the whole range of outcomes in the Transport Outcomes Framework. So in summary, I think what you're doing and proposing in the plan is great. And whilst I understand the funding constraints, I don't want you to stop fighting for more investment on my behalf. I look forward to seeing more transit-oriented development and more integrated planning of active modes in the first and last mile. Your active national leadership on climate action through transport decarbonisation is thoroughly appreciated. Please carry on as fast as possible.
Thank you very much, Alice. And I'll open the floor for any questions. Are there any questions? Can't see any questions, which is often a sign that you've nailed it. So, yeah, let me just say that we're very dedicated to the education mission that you mentioned. So we'll continue to do that. But yeah, no questions. So thank you very much, Alice, and thank you again for waiting patiently, or waiting at least while we manage those difficulties. So thank you, Alice. Okay, next up is Chris Norton. I see you there, Chris. So come up, and you've got 5 minutes to speak, and then 5 minutes for questions if there are any.
That one. Kia ora koutou. I'm Chris Norton, I'm from Nainai, and I will just log in so I can read my notes without my battery going flat halfway through this and have my own technical issues. Okay, good morning. I'm here to talk to you about my substantive submission, and that's the one that talks about the Hutt Valley Urban Fare Zone and proposal and the 130 route enhancement. The whole idea of this is born out of personal use of the 130 bus system, trying to get around Hutt Valley over many years, over a decade or so. Actually, it's longer than that now. And also listening to people who have, from time to time, fed me some feedback about the route and what it can do, and public transport in Hutt Valley in general. So first of all, my first proposal is that Greater Wellington extends Zone 4 to incorporate the Lower Hutt City area in the valley and the Western Hills into one fare zone, rather than have it cut through the middle by 4-5 change. I outlined some reasons there, but the main one is that it enables my second proposal. And my second proposal is that the 130 route becomes what other cities have, where Hamilton has the Orbiter and Christchurch has an Orbiter type bus service as well. And if you have a fare zone that goes straight through the middle of your operating area on a circular bus route, well, that just creates a nightmare. So Zone 4, I'm proposing, extends from basically the beach to the tighter gap, Palmari, and then we can run services in there, and we remove one of the significant barriers to people participating in public transport, which is a fare zone change, when they haven't got to where they want to go and they're still in the same city. Hamilton runs a single zone bus system that's 175,000 people and about 100 square kilometres of space. We're talking about 110, 115,000 people in about 50 square kilometres of space. So this is not unheard of as an idea. So 130, the reason about it is that I put forward the proposal is that as a figure 8 system, as I describe in my submission, it enables people at any point on the route to get to any other point on the route, no matter which way the bus is going at the time. And the other thing about the 130 at the moment is that it is point to point. It's Nainai to Petone, and it bounces through Queensgate. That's great if Queensgate is your destination, or you do want to connect at Waterloo or at Petone for other services. However, if you want to go to the hospital, or from either Nainai or Moera, then you actually have to make a connection in Queensgate with another bus. And I'm not going to tell you the number of times I've seen the rear light of the bus I really wanted to connect to, because I've lost count. And that's the experience of people who want to do that kind of connection to the 110 or the 120 to get access to the hospital. So that kind of uncertainty and unreliability of that connection is what drives people to use Ubers or taxis and increase their own personal cost or cost of subsidising taxpayers in order to get to where they want to go, when actually we could extend the 130's route and have that as the main mode of transport. You may remember when we lost our supermarket back in, I think it was 2013, there was a short-lived connector shuttle bus between the old New World and the new Pack and Save, the Pack and Save in Lower Hutt. It didn't last long, and the reason for that is that it didn't connect with anything else. There was no other additional value to that particular shuttle. With the 130, what that does, enhancement, what that does is it accounts for the fact that Council has spent about $70 or $80 million in the area recently creating attractions for people to come to Nainai, and there's been other attractions, attractors get established there as well. So I mentioned the BAPS Mandia, which is also not connected at the moment. So the idea is that we connect a whole lot of things in Nainai. We take account of people's needs, and we enhance the service within Lower Hutt for both Nainai 130, Moera 130 users and everyone else. Kia ora.
Thanks, Chris. And I meant to say at the beginning, Councillor Duthie pointed out to me that your substantive submission is actually not in our little printed folder, but it is in the diligent. So it's on page 230 of the collated Upper Hutt, Lower Hutt and Upper Hutt submissions, which is one of the documents under the RPTP submissions tab in your resource centre transport meeting additional docs. So if you want to go and check that out, 8 pages, it's in there with all the other submissions. Councillor Connolly.
Thanks for your submission, Chris. And because I didn't have your substantive submission just to hand, you may have answered this in that. But what about Stokes Valley and Manor Park as part of your citywide loop proposal?
Yeah, I had. So I have talked to some community groups and put it out on Facebook, etc. And part of the feedback was, "What about Wainelia, Mata, Stokes Valley, Manor Park?" And I considered that, and apart from it being untidy, it would be difficult to actually incorporate it as a meaningful kind of a loop arrangement. But it's also partially taken care of with the idea of extending Zone 4 to encapsulate a lot of Zone 5. And within that, you then bring those other areas one zone closer. So Stokes Valley becomes a 2-zone change rather than a 3-zone change to get into the substantive bit of Lower Hutt.
I guess, though, where you get into real difficulties, especially with Stokes Valley, is... Sorry, I don't mean to delve into really technical things, but the far end of Stokes Valley is a lot further away than the closer end of Silverstream. So suddenly people are travelling further for less just because it's within a TA area, which doesn't, in my mind, make a whole lot of sense or have a whole lot of fairness attached to it. So I get what you're proposing, but there are some tricky things that would need to be worked through.
They're already there because of the concentric ring zone based on Wellington. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Duthie is next.
Thank you, Chris. For Nainai residents doing their grocery shopping, where do they normally go, and how does that relate to? Is that within the fare zone, or is that?
Currently, what happens is people jump in their cars and go to Pack and Save.
But I do see people waiting at the Pack and Save bus stops
Yep.
with their shopping bags ready to go back north to Nainai. In terms of the fare zone proposal, does your proposal put the supermarkets within the same fare zone as residents rather than having to cross zones?
Yes, because the Hutt Hospital is the fare zone change currently, so Pack and Save is in a different fare zone to Nainai, and I'd be amazed if anybody used the 110 or 120 for Nainai shopping. So, but yeah, there's that fare zone change in there. The proposal is that we bring the whole of the city into one zone.
Thank you very much. So, are there any other questions? Yeah, Quentin, go ahead.
One more question in relation to the 130 proposed rejig of the route. One of the actions in the RPTP draft is to plan for a city circular service that delivers improved links between the CBD, Hutt Hospital and Waterloo Station. Are you sort of seeing your modified 130 as effectively doing that?
It would address that point.
Petone and Nainai ends into that sort of thing. So it's a way of doing a city circular.
Yes,
larger scale. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, the enhancements that I've proposed would bring Moera into a direct line with the hospital, whereas currently it's not. It would take to give Nainai a direct, frequent, that's the key word, frequent connection to the hospital, because people will say, oh, there's the 121. Well, if you can find it on the hour. And it also brings Petone closer into Queensgate and the option to go straight through to the hospital as well. Although the 110 does do that, I've got some different options there for how the 130 works in Petone, so it just doesn't add to the Jackson Street congestion of buses and duplicates all of that.
Thanks, Chris. Very good submission. We will consider that for Councillor Lee next.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris, thank you for coming. And your proposal for the 130, it sounds quite similar to the trial which we ran in Tawa on demand. Is it something which could be used for the 130? But I know the catchment is much bigger. But do you think it's a model which could be used?
So the question is, thinking about on demand versus scheduled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think on the hoof that having it as part of the scheduled range of services available is more valuable than having it on demand, because you're extending the 130 which is already scheduled. So if you keep that process, that timetabling, and just make it, instead of point to point, make it into what I've proposed as a figure 8,
Okay.
maintains the schedule.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks very much, and apologies again for the delay at the beginning.
It's okay. My battery lasted. Thank you.
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead quickly.
Just thinking further about the relationship between your proposed 130 and a sort of a city circular, so it's sort of an enlarged city circular. One of the trade-offs is between the frequency of service and the coverage, how far it goes, because it would be unfeasible, probably, I assume, to have like a every 5 or 10 minute service on a long route. You have, the longer the route, the lower the frequency. What do you think would be the minimum frequency for your proposed figure 8 route that would make it usable and reliable for people off peak?
Yeah, I haven't considered any changes to the frequency of the 130 as it is proposed, which is, well, as it is run, which is 15 minutes. So, and that's because there's resource constraints. By running it at 15 minutes as current, I think you might need one extra pair of buses on the route to maintain a reasonable frequency, but I'm prepared to leave that to the technical people to figure out what the density of buses is required to maintain the route.
Thanks very much, Chris. So we will go. I think we will go. We'll carry on now. I think we were scheduled a little break, but I don't think we deserve a break actually. What's that? Yeah. We're gonna carry on. So the next on our list is the Kapiti Health Advisory Board. So I think we've got Diana Ponsford and Martin Halliday here instead of Sandra Daly. So please come on up. And welcome to everybody else, submitters who are coming in. We are running more or less ahead of, pretty much on schedule, which is kind of a miracle, but a welcome one. So we'll let you know where we are as we go through. So Martin, Diana, welcome. 5 minutes to speak and then 5 minutes for us to ask questions.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Paul Martin Halliday, I'm Ward Councillor for Paraparu up on the Kapiti Coast. I'm just here today in support of Diana in her presentation.
Kia ora, Diana Ponsford, Transport Lead, Kapiti Health Advisory Group. Thank you for inviting me to speak to our submission, strongly advocating for the establishment of an on-demand bus service from Kapiti to Wellington Hospital. A significant number of Kapiti residents have regular outpatient appointments at Wellington Hospital. Following the closure of Kapiti Carers, a volunteer group that transported residents for medical appointments, there is a large gap, leaving residents without a direct mode of transport. Kapiti Carers did not close due to a lack of work, in fact quite the opposite. They were unable to continue as they couldn't get enough volunteers to help with transport. We believe that an accessible direct bus service from Kapiti to Wellington Hospital would be a long-term permanent solution. The train service is great, but getting to the station can be challenging, and the walk to and from the platform at Wellington railway station to the bus station is between 150 to 200 metres, including navigating stairs, an escalator or a lift. Relying on family, friends and volunteers is becoming increasingly difficult. Driving after a visit to the eye department is not allowed, nor following any medical procedure where medication has been given. Lack of confidence in driving over Transmission Gully, worry about roadworks, running late and finding a car park, concern over running and petrol costs of a car. These are just a few of the many reasons why an on-demand bus service is critical. It will provide independence, contributing to the overall well-being and quality of life. It will help our growing and ageing population stay connected with Wellington. It will be a transport game changer for Kapiti. ngā mihi.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Councillor Gattle?
Welcome. Good to see both of you here. Thank you for coming in. I know that was run previously with the amazing support of volunteers, but do you have any idea how much the kind of general operational costs were of the service previously?
Well, all of our volunteers were reimbursed for petrol costs, and the clients who used our service, they gave a donation, a koha, which was recommended for Wellington of $60. So basically it was money in, money out.
Right. Okay, so it could potentially still be a koha or some sort of base.
Absolutely.
Did you find that people were willing to do that? So it could be on the basis of cost recovery even.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Scale, can I just clarify, are you referring to if there was a on-demand service, having a cohort type arrangement versus just actually having individuals taking people in?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what were the costs previously? You know, what kind of money we might be talking about, you know, to run a service. So you're going to have a sort of a base in our minds to, I'm thinking. Yeah.
Look, we don't have any figures, obviously, in regards to that. The service itself was used quite substantially, had been around for 50 years. The problem is that everyone's gotten busy and there's just less people available to do that volunteer work. But you're talking, you know, hundreds and hundreds of trips back and forth into Wellington. I think from a perspective of a koha, from that scenario, would be something I think that people would be open to. But you know, just something I noticed here. Diane made a trip into town today and counted all the steps, you know, counted all that, looked at all the different obstacles that are in the way for people that are challenged in that space to get to hospital, and it's quite significant. And as individual things, they don't seem like much, but when you add them all together, it makes it quite unsurmountable. And we believe that the on-demand service is more fit for purpose. I know it's been trialled in Tawa, but it's more fit for purpose in our environment up on the Kapiti coast, and would certainly be very open to conversations on how that could be put in place.
Thank you. Councillor Staples?
Thank you. Once again, my question is probably more for our officers to answer if they could. Paragraph 5 of the submission says that GW doesn't offer a fully funded patient transport service, in stark contrast to the provision in other metropolitan suburbs. Can I just seek some clarification, please, about what fully funded services we provide for, I guess, health transport, please?
Presumably this is referring to other scheduled services that service Wellington Regional Hospital, like a lot of our bus services go past.
It says fully funded patient transport services, so I wouldn't imagine that is hopping on the bus and the train.
Do we know what that means?
So do we fund any fully funded patient transport services?
Not that we're aware of.
There's a contribution to Red Cross margin.
Yeah.
There is a bus that runs from Kenepuru Hospital to Wellington Hospital direct on the hour, every hour, but that's where it starts and finishes.
Yeah. Councillor Ponta?
So you mentioned the connection at the Wellington end between the train and the bus, and I get that. It's, if you're going to hospital for some conditions, that would be insurmountable. I wonder though. We have a hospital service. It's called the HX service that runs from the Wellington railway station terminal to the hospital on an express basis, so it has minimal stops. I wonder whether an option here is to place that bus in front of the Wellington railway station rather than where it is with all the other buses,
Excellent.
and make that a better connection, not just people from Kapiti, but from the Hutt Valley and other areas of the region in terms of making that transaction to the hospital.
Excellent.
But you've raised the question, we'll be forced to have to think about what some of the options here is.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Like a very common sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor, Mr. Lenson will take your question, and then we might have to wrap up this.
Have you had many people take up things like the total mobility scheme that are available for, I guess, people with longer term accessibility needs? And does that solve some of the problem at all?
Yes, it does. It does. But as we explained, there is a huge population there, some of which are not able to use that. And as I say, for procedures at Wellington Hospital, a lot of them are to eyes. It just is very, very difficult for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana, and thank you, Councillor Halliday, for coming in. Really appreciate that. Next is
Thank you.
Andrew Langton. Is Andrew here? Yep.
Kia ora, Council.
Kia ora, Andrew. Thanks for coming in. And so 5 minutes for you, and then 5 minutes for us. In your hands.
Great. So just can I use this for my slides? So Kia ora, Council. I'm speaking in personal capacity today in support of the report submitted by the Better Buses of Whera Bay group that was submitted on the 28th of April 2024 to the Transport Committee. I just wanted to add my personal experience of using the buses in Whera Bay and my friends and relatives, as we do feel that we have a very poor bus service at the moment, and in the draft transport plan there was almost no mention of Whera Bay. I also understand we moved to Whera Bay in 2022, and I was surprised by the lack of bus service that was provided, having lived in other areas in Wellington where there are exceptionally good bus services, I felt, compared to a national basis and international basis, having come from the UK. I understand there was previously a number 4 bus which served Whera Bay and Severn Street, which doesn't exist anymore. My son attends, just my first point, my son attends a Whera Bay school, and I looked, both myself and my wife work in Centre City. The earliest you can drop your child off at a Whera Bay school is 8:30 a.m, that's when the school opens, and there is no way to get a bus from the school into the centre of the city that would take less than about an hour, unless you wait for 40 minutes for the connection in Brooklyn. Sorry, you have to wait till 9:52 a.m. to get the connection via Brooklyn. There is an express bus service of 39, which runs twice in each direction. Again, the last one of those leaves at 8:29 from a point about 600 metres away from the school. So that's obviously not an option. Yeah. We live up on the hill between Whera Bay and Island Bay, and there are no bus services which run over the hill there for Severn Street, which is a very steep hill. The closest bus is the 29, which runs down Frobisher Street and avoids the main street of Whera Bay, which is Happy Valley Road. My next point is then, so often what the easiest way for us to get to town is to walk down into Island Bay, catch number 1, which takes 20 minutes. Walking back up the hill is not something you want to be doing if you're carrying shopping or anything like that, or if you've got any kind of medical condition. And obviously the number 1 is an exceptionally good bus route. However, it's becoming more congested with the ongoing densification of housing in Island Bay, and goes through some very highly populated suburbs and can be delayed. What I would like the group to consider, if possible, is a bus that runs from the Shoreland Park end of the number 1 route over Severn Street and then up Happy Valley Road, maybe on a once an hour frequency. And I feel this would capture, might give people from Island Bay a quicker route into town, because Happy Valley Road is quicker than going all the way winding through the suburbs of Newtown and Burnport. but also add a huge catchment to the group, the parts of Afira Bay which are currently not served, and most notably Happy Valley Road, Severn Street, and around there. The current 29 is a lovely scenic bus route, but again, that is our closest one. And if you want to catch it into town from Afira Bay, it goes via the south coast. It goes up through Island Bay. It goes up into Southgate. It then goes via the hospital, and that takes 45 to 50 minutes bus. So at the moment today, I cycled here because it's quicker than trying to get public transport, which again is not really an option if you have anything big to carry, you want to do any shopping in town, or you have kids, or you're going out, say, to the theatre or the town in the evening. So thank you for considering that proposal. I just wanted to add personal voice to what the Afira Bay Buses group has said. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thanks very much. I live in Berrenport myself, so I use the number one, but I can tell you that the services for Feudal Bay, it's a vexed issue that has that we spend quite a lot of time on. What I do, the team does. So yeah, we would like to improve it, and we are working on it. But yeah, are there any questions for Andrew? Councillor Connolly.
Just the situation you advise of with this in relation to the school drop-offs. Like, are you aware of other parents who are in a similar position?
So there are several parents at the school who have children at the school that work in town, and they all drive, because there's no viable route to get into town in a timely manner. If you drop your child off at 8:30, the earliest you could probably get into town is 9:30, 9:45, which obviously is past most people's start time.
So it does. It would seem doable to alter the timetable just a little bit to accommodate people that would dropping kids off at school.
Exactly.
So, but I don't know whether that really helps, because that wouldn't get you to work by work time either, probably.
I'll say even a 10-minute delay in that number 39 would mean that people could walk up 600 metres to the bottom of Murchison and catch the bus. Obviously, the ideal would be to have some kind of bus service which served the school, which is obviously a community hub and community centre, and currently it has a school bus stop, but absolutely no public bus service.
Thank you. I think we've noted the scheduling points, so they're a jigsaw puzzle. Are there other questions for Andrew at this stage? I see none. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. I think maybe we'll do one more. Should we do one more submission, and then, or we'll do a couple more submissions, and then maybe we'll take a break, if that sounds right for people. Yeah, good. So next is Blake Forbes and others. Please come up and. Yeah, the format is 5 minutes for you to present, and then 5 minutes for us to ask any questions we may have. And a bell will ring 4 minutes into your speaking time, and then a bell will also ring at 5 minutes, and likewise for our question time. So over to you, Blake and Nick. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, we got given 5 minutes each, and then 5 minutes for questions via the email, if that's okay.
5 minutes each? Yeah, fine. Let's go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, councillors. Today I come to you with a historical example of 7 or 8 years ago as to why to now I can't use the bus service. So 7 or 8 years ago, for life skill training for the school that I attended, they expected us to do training for independent bus riding and so forth. Unfortunately, there was one occasion where, because of the material they use on the floor, and they use to this day, that the chair, this power chair, flung forward, and I hit a lady, and she sustained a hip injury that required a police report. And ever since then, as you can imagine, I haven't felt comfortable to use buses. As an advocate, I've been keeping an eye on the material that has continued to be used, and to my knowledge, there has been no change. As a result, in my personal circumstances, I rely on driving Miss Daisy, which I used to come here this morning, and that can range anywhere from $150 to $200 to come here from Upper Hutt, which I don't mind doing. But if there were cheaper options, of course, that would be applicable. So yeah, so that was my personal story. I'll now hand over to Nick, who will explain how we can improve this for our communities. With that in mind.
Thanks, Blake. It's really nice to be in this forum today and see some familiar faces. I think I was referred to as guest today, so that's nice. It's nice to comment on a transport plan, but I've got a few brickbats and a few bouquets to hand out today. I had an opportunity to read this plan and saw some language that I did want to comment on, just to provide some opportunity for some feedback. I saw some language like supporting the transport disadvantaged and people with access needs, people with limited access to public transport. And for me, what that made me think about was, are we making people like Blake, people who have trouble accessing our public transport, the problem? Is that what we're saying when we're writing a plan to facilitate public transport? Is that what we're trying to? Is it the message that we're trying to put across? Because ultimately, we're casting members of the community as in a deficit way, and I think that's really ultimately not the message we want to send through a public transport strategy document. Because ultimately, public transport is a right. It's a right in law. It's a right in international human rights law, and this council has a duty to uphold that law. So, for me, that was problematic. I think you need to think about that. Consider how you uphold that right through these documents. Talk about transport. And for me, that's something that needs to change. The experience that Blake conveyed was quite a few years ago, but it's still happening today. We don't need to make members of our community the problem. We need to figure out how to bring down those barriers and to reduce those barriers. That's called the social model of disability. We don't need to make people the problem. We need to figure out how to reduce those barriers. However, on the positive side of things, I have had opportunity to work with this council in reducing those barriers, and I think that's really great. That's what this council should be doing, and the council is doing some really great work around accessibility and transport, and you should continue to do that. What I will say is keep doing that work, push ahead, particularly around transport, because there's a lot of work to do, and Blake's story illustrates that there's a lot more work to do. What I would say is have a permanent accessibility group, not just one that you establish when you feel you need one. I'd just like to talk about procurement for a second, because that's how you get things done. Having permanent accessibility requirements through your procurement processes is how you actually change things. Having people come in once a month and talk about accessibility is nice. It makes everyone feel good, and then you go away and do your things that you do. But actually putting them into the rules that you send out to the market, that's how you change things. And I'm just not seeing it in this document. I'm not seeing the contractual requirements for accessibility in there. And if you really want to change, if that's what you want to do, that's how you do it. So, yeah, I'll leave it there. If there are any questions, I'm sure Blake will be happy to answer questions. I'm happy to answer questions too. So thank you.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Blake. I've got questions from Councillor Connolly and then Councillor Lee.
Morena, Blake and Nick. And Blake, thank you so much for travelling all the way from Te Awa Kairangi ki Uta, where it was lovely this morning, and then you get into Wellington and it's not so great.
It's good to see you.
Can you tell us a bit about your experiences with total mobility? I'm particularly wondering, I assume driving Miss Daisy is not part of the total mobility.
They're meant to be they're meant to be a total mobility provider. Councillor, yes.
So I'm just wondering about your experience with availability of wheelchair accessible vehicles and how and whether you can get vehicles at times that are convenient to you, etc. You could tell us a bit about your experiences. That would be great.
Funny you say that. We had an issue coming in here. May I allude to that?
Yes, please.
So they messed up the wrong booking too, and I almost didn't make it in here because I had a booking for a different day that was rescheduled, but they took out the wrong one by mistake. So it's quite ironic that we have this conversation because, as you can see, these issues continue. And in terms of availability in general, mostly they're pretty good, but there have been a few times where we have been stuck. And I do have some concerns, in particular about my local franchise and their ability to be flexible on weekends and stuff like that. For example, we're currently awaiting a answer whether they can help with a upcoming booking that I'm due to have on the weekend to come to another public engagement, but they're not as flexible on the weekend as they are during the week. So that's an ongoing issue. To answer your question, and sorry it was long-winded.
I'll just like to follow
That was really, really useful. So just for everyone's knowledge, like on the weekends, if you want to go to something or you have an appointment that you need to get to, what kind of notice do you have to give in advance to ensure that you have a vehicle?
This is the issue, councillor, because some of the franchises do not provide a weekend at all. Yeah. I think Nick wanted to make a few further comments.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that because Blake has highlighted that point very well. There was a time when I had to use I use total mobility myself, but just generally with taxis I don't have to go to the extent that Blake does. But when I did speak to a total mobility provider when I broke my leg, and for me that's a serious matter, because that means that I can't walk, and if I can't walk I can't go to work, and that became a very serious issue. I did speak to the provider about what was the mechanics behind total mobility system, and two issues came up. One was around the funding to get the vehicles converted into wheelchair accessible vehicles, and the second was around the certainty of contracts, because they just didn't have the certainty, so therefore they couldn't invest into the vehicles. So these are small business owners, and they just can't be affording to put $100,000 into a vehicle and then have no certainty of income. So those two issues need to be resolved if we're going to have certainty, if we're going to have the ability for more vehicles to go onto the road, so then we can have the ability to have them go over the weekend, to be able to provide the ability for weekend bookings and those types of coverage going 24/7. So we need to resolve those issues, which is happening theoretically with the total mobility review, which we're getting no information about, by the way. So just thought I should add those comments.
Thank you. Councillor Lee and then Councillor Duffy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Blake and Nick, for coming in. I know we've come a long way in terms of accessibility from the first curb cut here in Wellington in about 1975. but still a long way to go.
Yeah.
But am I correct in hearing that the two biggest barriers are still level service and cost? Because I didn't realise cost was such a huge barrier. Is that correct?
It differs from cost and franchise to franchise.
Okay.
Blake, do you want to take
Yeah,
that one?
it differs from cost and franchise to franchise. So some franchises are cheaper because of the daily model based on franchise, and yes, it is quite expensive. So it would be nice to get the buses or trains resolved so that we can have slightly cheaper options. Whereas if we use a train or bus, we could get the daisy to the station and then travel the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, just adding to those comments, we need to make our public transport system more accessible, because if we don't make our public transport more accessible, the greater emphasis goes on to services like driving Miss Daisy. And because I mean, Blake gave the point before around what happens when our public transport system is not accessible. So that emphasis needs to go on making our buses and our trains more accessible, so that you can take that pressure off the driving Miss Daisy services. Yeah.
And just one last question: do you think like the London model with the cabs, they're all accessible? Do you think that's like the exemplar model?
Yes, I would like to see something similar. Yes, I would like to see something similar. So, and that would be quite good.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
You've just had a slight spillage here. Usually it's my children spilling
So the children
milk,
have
but
been
it's
let out.
catching over here. I don't think there's any live electronics
Be
that are.
careful with the technology. It's
Yeah.
fragile.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Thanks, Adrian. Oh, that's very good.
Thanks,
Yeah, excellent. People springing into action. The boss. Yeah. I'll keep it up here actually, just in case. That's what we do with the kids. We keep hold of it. Thank you. Sorry about that. Councillor Duthie had a question.
Morena korua, lovely to see you both. In your submission, you mentioned the accessibility of both buses and trains.
Yes.
Most of the examples have been around buses. Can you talk about the differences between buses and trains? Are trains generally more accessible and more comfortable for you to
the
ride?
floors council and the floor is the same material, but not as slippy because they don't go as they don't drive as erratically as the best term for it. So trains are slightly better, but it's relying on them as well. So yeah, I didn't say both because they have the same material. So but the only difference is trains don't seem to drive as erratically. I don't know why that is, but
I think, thanks for your question, Councillor, because it raises a very important issue around transport infrastructure, and particularly flat entry of, because when a train comes up against into a station, there's a flat entry. Forgive me for my lack of knowledge around the words to describe it, but the platforms have flat entry, and that makes it incredibly easy for a multitude of our public to get on and off our trains. Our buses have very great degree of variability in terms of our curbsides. Some of them are flat against the buses, some of them are not, and that makes accessibility very difficult. You can find all sorts of different examples across the city, across the region. So trains are preferable. That's why light rail is much better for accessibility, just because of that flat entry. You can roll on, roll off, much better. Just from an accessibility perspective, there's all sorts of different arguments why light rail costs more, but from a pure accessibility perspective, roll on, roll off is much better.
And then if you have to sit down in the middle of the bus, especially, you've got the risk of rolling out the back door.
Yeah, which has happened to me almost. Yeah, that's happened to me in Brooklyn. Almost rolled out the door.
Flying out the back door. So that's some of you have got my contact information, so if you want to speak further, we can continue this conversation. But I'll thank you. If there aren't any further questions.
There are actually. If you don't mind, Councillor Duffy's got another supplementary, and then Councillor Connolly back again.
Thank you. A quick follow up there. So, from what you're saying, that the concrete infrastructure is quite important for bus stops, the curb to bus interaction, and I'm taking from that is a priority for accessibility. I'm also interested in train stations, because it's one thing to get from the platform onto the train, but how easy is it to get from a taxi dropping you off or footpath to the actual platform? What's your experience with different train stations?
Wellington does have some accessibility challenges. I must admit, I haven't been to Upper Hutt or Lower Hutt or around that area for quite some time. But when I come in here for an event like this, the train station is definitely a challenge.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly.
Sorry, if you permit me a second go at questioning. One of our favourite topics around this table is buses replacing trains. And I was wondering if you'd had any experience. So clearly the buses that replace trains are not accessible. Some of them are particularly inaccessible. But my understanding is that if a bus that replaces a train is not accessible and someone at the station requires accessible transport, that the bus driver is supposed to call an accessible taxi for them. I'm wondering if you have ever heard of that happening, or ever heard of anyone having a successful experience with that working?
I haven't needed that myself, but I wonder if, have you had any experience with that?
No, I've never had an experience of it. It's not my primary requirement, but it may be worth getting in touch with or having a discussion with Blind and Low Vision or some of the other primary accessibility contacts to find out whether that does happen. But I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I've never heard of it being successful either.
So what we've heard today is that getting an accessible vehicle would be nigh on impossible at short notice. So if somebody who needs an accessible vehicle does turn up for a train, finds out their train has been replaced by a bus, really their day is probably shot.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Nick, and thank you, Blake, for coming in. Just there's quite a few sort of practical matters there: the material on the buses and the trains, the buzzers, the windows. We're considering all of those, and we'll tick off all of those in terms of our responses when we get to deliberations tomorrow. And yeah, really appreciate you coming in. I know it's a effort to come in, so thank you very much.
You're very welcome, and like I say, some of you have got my contact, so
yep.
You're more than welcome to reach out.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. So, colleagues, I think we'll do one more submission now, and then we'll break. So we've got Delaney Myers from the Bus and Coach Association. Delaney, I can see you there. Please come on up. And the process that we've been following is 5 minutes for you to speak, and then 5 minutes for any questions that we may have. And we've got your submission. We've got it in front of us, and we can look forward to hearing your introduction.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to present. The Bus and Coach Association enjoys the membership of all companies providing public transport bus services in New Zealand, as well as several of the large Australian public transport operators. In addition, 98% of school bus services are delivered by our members, as are the majority of the tour and charter services in Aotearoa. I'd like to take our submission as read and focus on a couple of key areas before providing any clarifications that may be required. Firstly, I'd like to recognise the efforts in producing this document. In all, we consider it to be high quality and well thought out, and we appreciated the engagement opportunities that were provided. We support the overall intent of the draft RPTP and your 4 strategic focus areas. However, there is for us conflict between ambition and affordability. Our overarching message is to prioritise your ambitions realistically against likely available funding. It's our position that when it comes to the procurement and delivery of bus services, there is much inefficiency. This is by no means all due to the actions of GWRC. In fact, our position is that the procurement of public transport in New Zealand, as overseen by NZTA, is not delivering value for money for New Zealand. But sticking to what's within the control of GWRC, I encourage you to consider paragraphs 9 and 13 through 15 of our submission as areas to reflect on. I can't do these topics justice in the time that is available today, but I would be happy to follow up in a workshop setting with more detail if that is of interest to any members. The Bus and Coach Association supports an integrated public transport network. We support Metro Rail in the right place, such as currently exist for most of the Metro lines. However, we would like to highlight that buses do the heavy lifting for public transport in the Greater Wellington region, accounting for 2.5 times the patronage of trains. Bus patronage is increasing, with patronage now above pre-COVID levels, and on the other hand, rail patronage is declining. We think it likely that reliability is part of the rationale for this. Bus services are performing well against contract and have been for almost 2 years following the post-COVID driver shortage challenges, and this is in contrast to both the rail and ferry services. The bus service reliability KPIs have been consistently above 99% for over a year, and that's world-class. By comparison, your rail services that you contract, whilst maintaining control of rolling stock and stabling facilities, consistently fail to deliver on your KPIs and customer expectations. So the bus industry's question to you is this: what problem are you trying to fix with your asset control policy? That is, by taking control of depots and buses from the high-performing private sector to move to a model that looks more like the rail contract with increased complexity and significant cost to ratepayers. You have a healthy, competitive private sector market that is delivering in full. Our contention is you should procure all-inclusive services in an open market unless you can categorically evidence that ratepayers will get better ongoing value through some other form of service delivery. And this for us goes to the heart of the affordability issue in your program. And so we encourage you to insist on an evidence-based problem statement because we can't see the problem you're attempting to solve given the multiple depots already available in the region and the highly competitive and expert market that is available to you. Now, the final topic I wish to specifically address is cash on board buses, and quite simply we ask that you remove it. While the public is likely aware of the hygiene concerns with cash in the post-COVID environment, our largest worry is around security and personal risk for drivers. In the week prior to making our submission, I was made aware of 2 attempted cash box robberies in Wellington. This creates fear amongst drivers, which generates stress in what is already a difficult and stressful role. We ask that you do the right thing for drivers and remove cash from services. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Delaney. Are there questions for Delaney from the group? Yep, Andrew Stanson.
Just on the topic of cash on buses, you mentioned doing the right thing for drivers, but what about the passengers? So a lot of our passengers, especially in areas like Porirua, can only access public transport through cash because they might only have cash available at short notice. How do you think we can balance, I guess, the private sector's desire to remove cash versus the public need to keep cash?
So what I would say is that you currently provide a good option, as do most councils, for card access. And of course, you have the national ticketing system coming as well, allowing app access and a number of other formats for it at significantly reduced fares. And that alone, in my mind, should be encouraging lower income people to make use of the technology that you have available. any decision that you make will have people that prefer one way over another way. But I do ask you to consider those who don't get a say in the matter, and that is the drivers. It's not a choice matter for them to deal with cash at this point in time. They're forced to do so, and as so, many feel that they are at risk. So we're more concerned for safety than we are for personal choice.
Questions for today? Oh, sorry, I don't think I have my thing on, but I was going to say, any other questions? Councillor Duffy.
Thank you. Good morning. Interested in your submission response to the park and ride question, which is a vexed one for us in this process. You note that demand management through charging could push people towards driving all the way instead of using public transport. Do you think there could also be an incentive from charging for people to take the bus to the station and then catch the train as a more cost-effective alternative to paying for parking? How do you see that dynamic working in terms of a pro for public transport versus pushing people away from it?
Sure. So I think there's two aspects to public transport and people's choice to use it. One is, of course, cost and the cost factors involved. The other is the time and efficiency of that journey. And, you know, I'm a huge public transport advocate. But the reality is that for people to, first of all, make a journey to their nearest bus stop, and then from that bus stop to the train station, and leaving enough flex for the possibility of running late to then get on board a train, it becomes very time inefficient as well. I am not convinced that as a country we are sufficiently mature public transport users to be prepared to do that. I think as well from that cost perspective, myself, and I won't dwell on this, but I do reside in the Wairarapa and use the Wairarapa rail service. So the cost to use that service, and when it is operating, it is a very good service, is actually quite expensive. You add another few dollars on top of that service as well, it very quickly, particularly if there are two of you travelling from one family, becomes an awful lot quicker to drive in and park at the stadium. So I think you do need to be careful around cost as well, because certainly for those who are making the longer journeys, those costs are quite difficult.
Thank you. Lots to think about here, and I think we are going to see you for a workshop at some point. I know there's some work being done there, so we will have that opportunity. I was also going to say, I think we agree with you on the tension between ambition and affordability. That is something that we struggle with on a regular basis. So just to say that. On the depots, it's an interesting question and good challenge for us, and we'll think about that and address it in the deliberations, I'm sure. But one thing I was going to say is I think the issues with reliability on the rail line are not to do with the depots; they're to do with other things. So that's worth pointing out. And the last thing I was going to say is buses do the heavy lifting, and we love our buses, and they do the heavy lifting in terms of passenger trips. But rail actually does very significantly more heavy lifting in terms of passenger kilometres travelled. In fact, 50% more passenger kilometres travelled on the rail network in the metropolitan area of Wellington than buses. So we have to take all of this data together and balance it up as we make our investment considerations and decisions. So, thank you very much.
If I may, sorry, Mr.
Sure.
Chair, to interrupt, please don't take that comparison as being anything negative about rail. We want an integrated public transport network with the right mode in the right place.
Absolutely, I didn't take it as negative at all. Just thought worth pointing out that heavy lifting can have different meanings depending on how you cut the data. So, thank you, Delaney, and I think we'll take a break now. So maybe 15 minutes, and we'll come back. Yeah, 11. Let's say 11:45. We'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody ready? Just checking. Okay, so we'll resume the hearings. So we're going to go. The next one, I think, is. Yeah, so Stephen and Asher, please come on up. Low carbon capacity. The process we've been following is 5 minutes for you to speak and 5 minutes for us to ask any questions we may have. And there'll be a bell at 4 minutes and then at 5 minutes. So, in your hands. Thank you.
There we go. Look at that magic. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, councillors. Good to see you all again. I'll introduce myself for those who may not remember me. My name's Asher Wilson Goldman, and this is Stephen Blythe. We're here today to talk to you on behalf of Low Carbon Kapiti. So we are a grassroots climate action group based in the Kapiti Coast, the most wonderful part of our region. And we have approximately 335 members, depending on which day you ask, who are interested and involved in advocating for and Kapiti at a regional level across the Greater Wellington region and at a national and international level. Our members tend to live between 40 and 80 kilometres outside of Wellington City, and therefore are more reliant than many on public transport and effective public transport to get us to the places that many of us work, many of us play, have friends, have families, want to go out into the big city occasionally when we do leave Kapiti. And so this is relevant to us not just from a climate perspective, but also from the perspective of our everyday lives. Good public transport is good for everyone, as you all know. It's good for young people, old people, regular commuters, and it's even good for car drivers. And this is a point that I think we'll come back to later today. It's good for the planet, and there are a lot of really good things in this plan. And we thank you for putting it together, the work that's been put in not just by councillors, but also by your council staff. It is an excellent plan with a lot of really, really good points, and we are grateful for that. We hope that plans to continually improve services across our region are not imperilled by the current financial situation, which we can all acknowledge is not only less than ideal, but actually just a bit crap. The main thing that we want to speak to you about, though, is the proposal to increase the private share of public transport operating costs. We know the decision to rework this is not something that Greater Wellington wishes to do, and we know that it's not of your making, that it's been imposed on you by central government decisions. But we strongly believe that council should not accept terms that will lead to reduced services, reduced quality of service, or a reduced appeal of the service to people who might use it. We urge you not to retrench and withdraw your services, whether that's through cutting services entirely or through reducing the number of buses or trains on particular routes as a result of the funding cuts and the imposition of this unacceptable fare box recovery model. We acknowledge that costs are rising and that additional revenue is required. We also acknowledge that funding public transport has been cut. But as a regular user of the train stations in Kapiti and of the train services, we both see the impact of the funding already. Look at the Paraparaumu train station building as a really good example of that. Equally, we know that there are to be an increase in services to Otaki as part of the new trains. That's a positive, but equally that needs to be an attractive service for users. It needs to offer attractive train stations, it needs to offer attractive timetabling, and it needs to offer attractive and possible bus routes to and from the train stations to enable those first and last mile journeys. We see all too often already that buses do not meet trains. My wife was in a train home from the city not that long ago, just last week, ended up having to take a taxi back to our house because the alternative would have been an hour and a half's walk in the horrible weather. The taxi driver told her that they make their entire living, all taxi drivers on the coast, out of the fact that there are not enough buses to meet trains.
Yeah, so I'm just going to speak to what we'd like to see moving forward in terms of the transport plan. So we're really concerned about the equity implications of the changes around the fare recovery model. Raising off-peak fares does have an impact on some of those that are at least able to afford to travel for work, family, or social reasons. And also the cutting of services in the evenings, particularly after midnight, has a big impact on young people. So what we would like you to do instead, and for consideration, is to spread any necessary increase across all ratepayers, given that all ratepayers benefit from public transport. And we would like to see a new action added to the plan around investigating a fare policy framework that increases patronage by offering lower fares. I would like to note that the Public Transport Advisory Committee earlier in January did raise this as a suggestion, and we have seen many examples overseas where different approaches to fare models is advanced. In the meantime, keeping the fare rises modest. They are the things that we're asking for, and happy to take questions on both our oral presentation and the written submission.
Thank you both. Thank you very much. Are there questions? I see Councillor Staples.
Thank you. Just a question of clarification, please, around the lack of fare rises. Are you suggesting that we cover the extra costs that we are getting from ratepayers across the region, even though ratepayers are also feeling the pain?
Yes, essentially. And I would say that those costs are going to be covered by ratepayers regardless. The question is it spread as a little from every ratepayer, or is it spread as a lot from the ratepayers who happen to use public transport? Either way, ratepayers are going to be paying that cost. Already, it is more than $24 a day for me to get to and from Wellington City, even more for people in your area, in the Wairarapa. These costs are already extraordinarily high, and making them even higher just disincentivises people from taking public transport. So rather than a significant rise for people who catch the trains or catch buses, we're proposing a moderate rise from everyone. Because as we said, even people who drive cars benefit from increased public transport use through the reduction in number of cars on the road.
Mr. Lenson and then Councillor Duthie. No, that was fake news. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you. The introduction of the national ticketing solution, or More to Move, is coming soon, hopefully, and that presents a bit of an opportunity to think about fare structure in zones and some of those other structural issues of how fares are calculated, allocated. What would your primary suggestions be for improving the fare structure, apart from just the overall cost? What are some of the elements of it that you would move up, move down, change?
One thing that we note with interest is what's happened in Auckland region, where they've set a cap on the maximum fare that people pay. I think it's $50 a week. So for people that are at the furthest point in the network, there's a fair sharing of costs. So that's one thing. Ashley, do you have anything to?
No, I think that is a really good example, and I think when that was brought in Sydney quite some time ago now, those fare caps, it was set at 4 days of travel. 4 days of travel would get you free travel for your last day of work and for the weekend, and I think that's a really strong way to encourage more travel on the weekend. We know already that those trains, particularly in the further out parts of our region, are primarily set for commuters, and so having a way to encourage them to continue using public transport on the weekends through essentially free fares because they've travelled during the week, I think is a really positive step.
Supplementary question. One of the changes we are making at the moment to cope with the cost increases is to both apply our usual annual inflation adjustment, but also to lower the off-peak discount, so currently 50 down to 30. From a kapiti perspective, how have you observed the off-peak discount influencing people's behaviour and use of public transport, and what do you see as the possible changes of that shifting in percentage?
I guess one thing I would say is that I don't have access to the data that you have, and obviously it's been compounded with the changes in travel behaviour around COVID as well, so it's hard to necessarily say that this is because of that or that, but what I do recall is that certainly prior to the introduction of the off-peak discount, my peak trains into Wellington in the morning, for example, to go to work, would often not be able to pick up passengers at Porirua, the last stop on the express route. I can't recall the last time that's happened. And that means that, whether that's through partially, I'm sure it is, people working from home more, but also through that encouragement of the off-peak discount, I think that there is an impact. And it's certainly impacted when I've been able to travel either side. It has certainly impacted on my just travel choices.
Thank you, Councillor Gaylor.
Thank you. Asher, I just want to, it sounds a bit echoey, pick up on that anecdotal information about the taxis, because that is a very regular one, unfortunately, that I'm having to put through to staff, is when buses don't connect with the trains. So just wondering, do you think that's because there weren't enough buses scheduled to meet every single train, or is it when those connections haven't been working?
Primarily the former. So certainly in the evenings, there are buses within Waikanai, which is where I live, that meet every second train, which in wintertime can mean upwards of 45 minutes sitting in a cold, wet station with no indoor option, waiting for a bus. Likewise, the buses to Otaki, even more critical. I've witnessed multiple times people in tears at Waikanai station when they get there and realise that the bus, because we've been delayed by a few minutes, the bus has already left, and then frantically trying to phone people to find out who can drive down from Otaki to pick them up, because it is the last bus in the evening. I think is at 6:30 p.m. on a weekday, from my recollection.
Buses meeting trains, we'll come back to that. It's a known issue. It's actually kind of complicated, but yeah, we'll definitely come back to that in the deliberations. Councillor Bassett.
Just to clarify that with the bus meeting the trains, are you talking about Otaki, Paraparaumu and Paiko? I'm just trying to get a perspective on.
So I can only speak to my personal experience and that of people that I've talked to, which is Otaki and Waikanai. Waikanai is a lot wider than Paraparaumu is, so the physical distance from Paraparaumu station to the edge of Paraparaumu beach, for example, is a lot closer than the physical distance from Waikanai station to the edge of Waikanai beach in Peka Peka. Those are the ones that I have personal knowledge of. I don't know, Stephen, you may know Paraparaumu.
Less of an issue in Paraparaumu, I think, because there's more bus options. There's fewer routes. So yeah.
Okay, no, I just want to get the perspective of what you're actually representing here.
Yeah.
When you say cavity coats, is that including Paiko?
It is for some things, but I think for this particular issue, Paikakiriki is small enough that people can walk more comfortably. Most people, obviously, not everyone.
Okay.
Okay, further questions? I think that's everyone. So thank you both. Thanks, Ash. Thanks, Stephen. Next is going to be Alan Smith. Alan, coming up. 5 minutes for you, and then 5 minutes for us.
Kia ora. Look, thanks for the opportunity. I want to emphasise three things today. Firstly, my points 4, 5 and 6. These are not just a bunch of trivial details. I believe they're a major strategic public transport factor. The passenger experience immediately before boarding the train or bus really does shape attitudes and whether the corporate hype lives up to its promise. For instance, this morning, cold morning, I got the train at Woburn Station. Great vehicles, great staff, but the station's been in a sort of state of limbo for months. And it just leaves an uncomfortable feeling. Does this outfit know what it's doing? A lot of Metlink gives the impression that it's shaped by planners looking at computer screens, not by staff actually standing in the streets and looking at realities. You've chosen to contract out most of your passenger-facing staff. Are you cutting yourself off from their useful contribution? Please don't just see them as bits of the contractor. They are the people who know what they're doing. Second point, The second page of the chairman's message, your chairman's message says, the Wellington Metro Rail, which is a key strategic asset. To make the RPTP effective, GW or Metlink or Transdev or whoever does these things has to put much more effort into the relationship with KiwiRail. At present, GW or Metlink gives the impression that GW just buckles into anything that KiwiRail demands. Surely, given that for you, rail is a key strategic asset used pretty much mostly very heavily on a 24/7 basis, GW must be one of KiwiRail's major paying customers for track access charges and the like. Recent debacles on the Wairarapa line point to poor project management by KiwiRail, which has severely dented the image of Metlink with those numerous bus replacements. And the wider GW beyond Metlink also seems to be distant from KiwiRail when the latter's IREX project was apparently oblivious to GW's harbour control and port company and RLTP responsibilities. My third point, page 100, that was on the draft was on the website, has that pretty picture of Pukerua Bay. What is the point of this? It shows a one-lane 1980s Victorian-era brick tunnel on a shingly-looking hillside. But this RPTP plans services to meet population growth in Kapiti and through to the Manawatu. At Pukerua Bay, all that has to be squeezed in with increased freight traffic to and from the new rail-enabled ferries. But this RPTP, let alone the RLTP, makes no mention at all of managing this risk, even though it seems to me to be self-evident when you look at it. So I recommend that the risk be acknowledged, or if indeed you are confident that the present setup at Pukerua is completely safe for the RPT, then include a statement clearly saying that, because at the moment the picture has no caption or context. Thanks for the opportunity. Happy to expand on anything from that.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks very much. Other questions? Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Alan.
Oh,
I think in your submission you said you live in Woburn.
Yep.
I'm Quentin Duffy, one of the Lower Hutt councillors.
Yep.
I'm actually interested in point 9 in your submission, which doesn't relate to Lower Hutt, but it's the possible new railway station idea at Queen Elizabeth Park.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I never actually thought of that the train runs through one of our regional parks and doesn't have a stop there. I'm sure there are complexities with making a stop there, but what would you see as the benefits of there being a train station there?
Oh, it would meet your PTP comment about growing recreation destinations. It'd be one way of encouraging more people to visit the QEP and Whareroa. You've got plans for the cycleway across the Makataroa to QEP, and so forth. There's a growth there. It would be recreational, but you're a 7-day-a-week business, so it's irrelevant.
Thank you. And a further question relates to point 5.1 in your submission.
Oh, yes.
You point out that one of the Queensgate bus stops is quite poorly developed. So one of them, we recently upgraded the shelters.
Sure, yeah.
And removed the entrapment risk.
I use both, so yeah.
But that's the sort of Eastbourne, Wainui, Marker-bound side, city-bound, Wellington city-bound.
Yep.
But the one that's going north.
Upper Upland, yeah.
Can you just describe that shelter? What is the shelter there? What is the stop facilities
Well,
like?
firstly, it's not a shelter. I mean, it's a ordinary park bench under a veranda on a north-south street, so the wind just blows up and down. It looks squalid. It looks pretty awful. It doesn't match the rest of Queensgate, and yet it's an example of that business of the experience leading up to when you step onto the fine vehicle with fine staff. I don't believe there's any great cost in some sort of sensible arrangement with the local council to upgrade that into something which A, looks good, and B, provides a bit of shelter. It's just a rough, crude sort of thing that takes the edge off the whole business of Queensgate interchange and the whole business of changing buses from one route to another.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to note that point from Alan's submission and something we could talk about in deliberations, please.
And my point is, there may be probably are other examples around the place, but your drivers will know those. But if you've cut yourself off from listening to your drivers because they're someone else's responsibility, aren't you all the poorer for it?
Thank you. Are there other questions for Alan? I was just going to note, I think your point about the north-south junction, Pukerea Bay,
Mm-hmm.
What I'm thinking, we'll come to this in deliberations, but what I'm thinking is there is a document called the Wellington Strategic Rail Plan, which was adopted by us and done with Kiwi Rail and others in July 2022. So that has a map which includes a number of the main constraints, including the north-south junction, double tracking at Waikanae, other constraints. We could just reference those, and we might be able to. We could even insert the image that shows those, so that when we are looking at the network, we are referencing the known.
Oh, yeah, it's acknowledging it. More traffic to Kapiti, more traffic to Manawatu. There's going to be more freight traffic going the other way. The RPTP is affected and involved.
Yeah. No, I mean, I personally think the north-south junction, that single track area, I mean, it's one of the largest constraints on the North Island main trunk line.
And quite apart from the geology of the thing, here was a shingle slide,
Yeah, very good. Other questions? No, thank you very much. Thanks for coming in, Alan. Excellent. We'll come back to those matters. Next is Aaron Noble and Jack Graham. Come on up. It's 5 minutes for you, 5 minutes for us if we need them. So in your hands. Thank you for coming in.
Is this on? Oh, beautiful. Kia ora. Thank you for hearing our submission today. I'm Arnan and this is Jack. We're here on behalf of our organisation Better Buses Ōwhiro Bay, as well as the community of Ōwhiro Bay in Wellington South. For the past 18 months or so, we have been involved in significant community engagement and activism on behalf of our suburb to understand its place in the public transport network. It is our view that the upcoming Regional Public Transport Plan is unable to satisfy its own stated network design principles in the context of Ōwhiro Bay, specifically covering those outlined on page 26 of the plan's draft. We believe that the past and present state of the network supports such a conclusion. Our submission today will explain our reasoning and what amendments we ask this committee to make to the RPTP, which will result, in our view, are both positive and equitable public transport outcomes for Ōwhiro Bay and the network overall. Jack?
Firstly, it's important to understand Ōwhiro Bay's dwindling services. Since the loss of the former Route 4 in July 2018, the frequency and hours of service of Ōwhiro Bay's on-peak network has fallen significantly. With a reduction in services of more than 60% and a shortening of hours of service by nearly 40%, nearly 2/3 of Ōwhiro Bay residents commute by bus during on-peak hours, and the consequence of this reduction in services has been profound. More than 60% of residents now state that they always do, or more often than not, have to drive to neighbouring suburbs to split their commute and take the buses of other suburbs because of the infrequency and narrow hours of service seen in their own suburb. But it's not just this. Ōwhiro Bay's two main roads, Happy Valley Road and 7th Street, the latter of which is one of the city's steepest, despite housing more than 55% of the entire suburb, has completely lost any and all public transport options since changes were made in July 2018. It is with this knowledge that, considering the two contexts outlined by the document, patronage and coverage, we find the Regional Public Transport Plan does not address Ōwhiro Bay. In the first context, patronage-based services, quote, required where mode shift, alleviating congestion, emission reduction, and enabling productive urban form are key outcomes being sought, end quote. To this extent, Ōwhiro Bay residents have been mode shifting back to private means of transport. Sorry, I've just lost myself.
Oh, that's right.
Congestion has exacerbated, with residents now driving to Island Bay and Brooklyn, taking their already limited parking spaces away from locals and shoppers, and by its very nature, residents moving back towards cars increases our suburbs' emissions. The removal of all buses along our suburbs' two main roads and the reduction in bus numbers and the hours of service does nothing to aid in the development of productive urban form. This, without addressing these underlying issues, therefore makes it impossible for Ōwhiro Bay to be adequately represented by this design principle. The other design principle, coverage, is no better. Coverage-oriented design will be, quote, required where inclusive access and meeting the needs of the transport disadvantaged are identified as key outcomes being sought, end quote. In Orfido Bay, countless disabled and elderly residents live on our steepest streets and our main roads, places that were otherwise served prior to July 2018. These residents have voiced their suffering for years without redress. The most common feedback we saw from our community survey of the suburb, the largest of its kind, concerned the worries of these residents. A sight that is unfortunately not common in Orfido Bay is elderly residents, some older than 90, struggling up roads like 7th Street because their street is no longer served by buses anymore. To our minds, this cannot be seen by any metric to include the needs of the transport disadvantaged.
There are numerous other concerns we have, such as the lack of safeguards in the plan, which has resulted in an inequitable distribution of bus services. Further, it lacks guidelines on how to appropriately apply suspensions and cancellations during network-wide insecurities, such as the 2023 driver shortages rather. These concerns we've written widely about in our report, which we published, which should have been included in our written submission. Our preeminent recommendation to you today is that the Route 1 be extended to cover Orfido Bay on an alternating schedule. Other similar suburbs of comparable population have seen the same solution to their problems, such as the Route 2 with Seatoon. In doing this, all the concerns we have presented today, as well as many others, would almost entirely be corrected. This service, as proposed, would service both our main roads, providing service to more than half the suburb that is not currently serviced, and would support our disabled and elderly residents. Further, it would encourage mode shift back to public transport, reducing emissions and supporting productive urban form. We know that the Regional Council has considered this before. Our own writings on such an extension are covered in our written submission, and we believe there is no downside to implementing it. Councillors, it is clear that there is significant public support for better buses in Orfido Bay, as can be seen by the volume and content of the written and oral submissions to this plan. We urge you not to ignore this. As for our other recommendations, along with our evidence, we would recommend consulting our report. We also support the other amendments in our written submission. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. We're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Open the floor for any questions. Councillor Lee.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Awhero Bay does tend to be the poor cousin of all the routes because it does miss out. So is it better to, in terms of an extended service, to go to extend, as you suggest, this extend Route 1 or go via Brooklyn? Or which, I mean, they're both options, but which is actually better?
The way we see it is that if you were to extend it through Brooklyn and you would need it at the frequency of that service, it would require something to do with like number 7. So that is very well a possibility we could do. However, I don't believe that there are enough 7s to do it, or I believe that it would be too difficult to reorganize the structure of that. The Route 1, we believe, is already in the prime position for this because it already has its terminus at the Reef Street hub. And we believe that that's where this extension still continue to start and finish.
Just that earlier submitters said that yes, there are positives with that, but it's a longer journey going through Newtown.
Yeah,
undoubtedly.
Yeah, it is a longer journey, and we do absolutely, acknowledge that. This isn't. The reason why we believe this is the best one is due to the frequency of the number 1s, right? And it allows more people to get to other suburbs, which they can then disperse amongst the network.
There are countless reasons why we believe the number 1 would be the best option out of all of them. So, for instance, we have plenty of workers in our suburb who work at the hospital who want to start, say, as early as 7 a.m. With the current services, there are no ability to do that. But the Route 1 starts, I believe, before 6 a.m. So something like this would allow Orfido Bay residents to be able to get to the hospital. But also it works for plenty of other reasons. For the current Route 29 and 39 services do not service any of our main roads. So for people who might want a slower commute, but also want to have a bus that's right next to them, this would provide that option, among countless others that we covered in our report.
Oh, good points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cool. Thanks for coming in, and we'll certainly consider your submission in our deliberations tomorrow. So thank you. Next is David Smith. Come on up, David. It's not, but if you press the right-hand button, it will become live.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for organising this review and giving us the chance, because I'm a great believer if you don't know what the problems are, you can't problem solve to fix them. I've mentioned the bus drivers, and unfortunately I've got a bit of new information that is quite disturbing. Without going into detail identifying the driver, I was at a particular depot where there's a bus stop, and the bus driver was waiting to take the bus, change over, and broke down, and the person in question broke down in front of me in tears, telling me what was actually going on in respect of working half an hour over shifts on a regular basis, buses being 20 minutes late, working more than their legal requirement of number of hours. The list of things was not very pleasant to hear. And bus drivers and buses are one of the key things that if you don't sort out, you're never going to get a good transport system. As far as the buses go, I'm pleased to hear that there's no plans to rush in and order a whole lot of buses, because I honestly believe that most of them are not fit for purpose. I come from Wainui, and depending on the experience of the bus driver, if I get on the outside seat, I'm hanging on for dear life, because there's not much room on the outside seat. So that makes the journey unpleasant. And one of the things that for a good review, you need to look at some of the impediments of why people aren't using public transport. I've mentioned some of it in my submission, which I won't go into too much, like bus shelters, things like that people have been asking for ever since I was little. And I'm 71. If you look at some areas, they've got the old brick bus stops, well built, plenty of shelter. I got one in Wainui. It's even got a light on top that's still working in the dark of the morning, that hasn't been vandalised. As far as Wainui goes, I, with a lot of other people, cannot see the viability of a direct bus service from Wainui to Wellington. As I say, I'm 72, I've got a gold card, and people might moan about me having a gold card, but some of the bus services wouldn't be going if it wasn't for us old people and the gold card, because at night sometimes I'm the only one on the bus from Queensgate all the way to Wainui. So that, if you didn't have the gold card, there would be no need for some of those services. And one of the options that I'm strongly in favour of, and I mention it in my submission, is minibuses. And I really think it's time to have a good look at those, because it costs money to run a big, huge bus with only 2 people in it, or even 1 person. Far better to have if you want flexibility in the system, now's the time to look at minibuses, particularly with driver shortages, because if they're not the big ones, I worked in care work for a while, and I drove the van, not the very biggest one, without having to have a special licence, and also there's the opportunity to use part-time people, semi-retired people, to run those for off-peak periods. As far as the buses go, the buses go, you need different types of buses for peak periods and off-peak periods, because off-peak, there's a lot of young families getting on the bus with children and pushchairs and everything like that, and some of the buses just can't take them all, plus wheelchairs and stuff like that. The use of technology, I think that Metlink is spending money on self-advertising too much. I think they're unfortunately doing health and safety stuff that is, to me, as an older person, is ridiculous. You're paying somebody to put up signs, say the stairs or lava, or hang on to this. All that costs money, and to me, that's just common sense. People should know. You know, I think you've got to be smart about things that aren't directly to do with buses, to whether you should be paying for it, or you should say, you know, that's not our concern, somebody else should pay for that, because you know, advertising costs a lot of money, and it's really got to be smart use of things. I'm just going to I didn't put it in my report, but I was just going to throw in something that some buses are virtually run empty, and I wonder if there's opportunity to because there's quite a few buses that just go from A to B and are basically empty, whether you know they can carry stuff for couriers or something like that. But you've got to look at all those things when money's tight. Lastly, I am very much against doing away with cash on buses. I've got the gold card, but I also have a snapper card for off-peak. And when you get on the bus, there's not many people I don't know have been in an embarrassing situation where they think they've got enough money on their card and they go to get on the bus and it says, please pay the driver. So even with cards, some people, you know, it's getting less and less. So, you know, I think we've got to accommodate a little bit of cash. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Are there questions for David? Councillor Duffy.
Kia ora, David. Good to see you again. You're the first of many submissions from Wainuiomata, so congratulations for being first up. I'm particularly interested in your comments that you sometimes use the bus to get from Wainuiomata to Petone or back.
Yes.
And you use the 170 over to Queensgate and then connect with a 83 or a 110 or something.
Yes, yes.
How do you find that connection in terms of the time taken to get from Wainuiomata to Petone?
Well, to give you an example, very quickly, we've got a small cleaning company which is winding down, you know, household clients, not commercial. And I'm doing one in Wadestown. And I can, no trouble, getting all the connections and back to Queensgate, and then it stops. Because getting home is the problem, and it's a hard one to work out, because a lot of people, it's great to catch the buses and stuff in the morning for a lot of people, but getting home is a problem on bus services, because, you know, the times are different. In the morning, you know, a lot of people come in at peak time, but then getting home, people might stay work later and stuff like that. And you know,
is that due to a lack of frequency or lack of services to Wainuiomata later in the evening? Is that what you're saying?
Well, this is just during the days as well, because you know, I get to get back to Wainui around about anywhere between 12 and 2, and the problem is the connections, and it's a simple problem to solve, because, you know, I miss a bus by 30 seconds. Surely there's a system where if the 83 is coming in, the 170 should be told we've got passengers to Wainui, or they can work in.
Thanks, David. We're certainly going to be coming back to Wainuiomata in the deliberations. There's a recommendation in the papers already on that front, so we'll do that tomorrow. Are there any other questions for David at this stage? I see none. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
And next on our list is Pete. Pete Gent. Hey, Pete, coming up. 5 minutes for you, 5 minutes for us.
Kia ora koutou. There is a short presentation to cover. Miracles of PowerPoint. Just going to make sure it advances. Great. Well, there's been Lego in all my presentations to this committee and other committees, so I thought I'd continue the theme. So. What? I can't hear you through the microphone.
Sorry, I meant to say, I'm just commenting on your Lego beehive, and I wondered whether you knew that this organisation employs a Lego master, a Lego champion.
That's impressive. I would say that in my youth, I was the Lego building champion of my town where I grew up as well. But that's not included in my 5 minutes, and this isn't my beehive.
No, yeah, that's a very important point. He's employed to do other things, but outside of work, he is a Lego master.
I'd rather they be 3D printed, but that's a different conversation.
Your 5 minutes starts now.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you to councillors for this hearing. I also want to thank officers for wrangling us for those who are presenting today and tomorrow. They have been helping in making sure that we are ready for our sessions. I know through the work I do that they are the unsung people making the machine turn behind the scenes. I also want to acknowledge the current financial situation. The 3 things I want to raise today are hopefully what I would call low cost and can be incorporated into the BAU of Metlink and Greater Wellington. There obviously is a cost to doing business, full stop, but I'm hoping that the things that I discuss are items that you can consider as part of your work and as part of the long-term plan. That's moved. I've got 2 different screens. So who am I? I'm a resident of Wellington. I'm a person who walks. I'm a person who rides a bike. I'm a person who drives a car, and I'm a person who takes public transport right across Wellington. That is the context of my presentation of why I'm speaking this morning or this afternoon. So the 3 things I want to cover are advocating for our region, joining up work with our roading control authorities, and reviewing and tuning of the existing network that we have. So that's what I'm going to cover. So first up is advocating for our region. We are currently 6 months into the bikes on buses situation. We have heard very little from both Metlink and Greater Wellington at the political level on this situation. I appreciate that things will be going on behind the scenes, but publicly, as someone who rides a bike, someone who takes public transport, we have seen very little. We need you as Greater Wellington councillors and staff to be advocating for this region with both NZTA and the Ministry of Transport to return bikes on buses, among other things. A reminder that people have been able to put bikes on buses for a number of years, and that has become part of our transport system, especially here in Wellington City and the joys of our hills. The opportunity to put bikes on buses going uphill or travel across parts of the roading network which are basically unsafe for those who are riding is fantastic. It is also a reminder to the committee that it is not just directly bus users who are affected. People who take the train and have to deal with the times when the buses replace trains, because we know our rail networks need to be maintained and we're all for rail maintenance. That leaves people stranded as well. And basically you're looking at putting people who are vulnerable playing with 2-ton DEF machines. Thank you. I would note that other regions have had somewhat limited success in returning bikes on buses in recent days and weeks, and we've currently seen none of that here in our region. And frankly, we should be getting on with it. We've had the summer period, ample opportunity of testing, getting stuff fixed. I know these things take time, but we need to be advocating as a region to ensure that our public transport offers options for all those who want to make use of it. And frankly, I was very cynical before they were introduced, and I have used it and I have been converted. So please reconvert me. There we are. Second up, I want to talk about our roading control authorities. Here in Wellington City, we've got some pipes that are being fixed, which is great. Most of those pipe replacements are planned. Now, the image on the right is from Wellington Water. It shows their plans and thinking for the city centre over the coming week. Oh, sorry. Apologies. I'm looking at, here you are. So the image on the right is from Wellington Water. It is their planned maintenance schedule across the city centre. The image on the left was taken last night, admittedly slightly at the end of rush hour. It shows that the Wakefield Street mains work, which has been started in January and is going on for up to 7 months, is affected at least 2 of your routes directly and more indirectly with the work going, or the traffic that goes up Cambridge Terrace. Route 14 is substantially delayed, and that's one of your key crosstown routes. If you look at the weekends, you've got traffic going all the way around Oriental, and there are basically places where traffic management, which your colleagues at Wellington City are managing, the buses are being left stuck in the traffic. And the cliche of congestion is you are the traffic. With the buses, they are not. They are being hamstrung by other vehicles. And the third thing is optimizing the resources you have. I apologize for the size of images. This is taken from your own journey planner. This is a Sunday set of services from Kandala on your right and Brooklyn on your left. You have schedules that offer large gaps. During the day, you have limited resources, and that's acknowledged, but you have timetables and scheduling, which is frankly crackers. You can have 2 buses leaving Kandala within 5 minutes, and then you have a 55-minute gap from Kandala into the city. You also have a train, and that leaves a few minutes earlier, and then you've got big gaps. You've got the resource, you need to think about it. You and your officers need to be on the network, especially at those edge times, and not where things are going at very high frequency. Same with Brooklyn on the right. You've got the 7 and the 17. They work well, but they are scheduled somewhat erratically, I think I'll be polite. I'm going to steal a slide I used 4 years ago when I presented this committee. This is Jared Walker. He's the former chief planner of Vancouver City. He is now independent urban planning consultant. Frequency is freedom. You have the resources in your system to offer a regular setup, even on weekends, which I know you've been reducing services. It is what it is, but you can still make use of what you've got and do that. So as a reminder, we need you to advocate for our region, especially with central government and regulators. We need joined up thinking with our road and control authorities, because we're not seeing that right now. And we also need a review and retuning of our networks, because we have the resources. I think a former speaker or previous speaker talked about buses meeting trains. We say that on the hut with services like the 154 as well, that you need to be smart with what you've got. You've got the system, you're starting to hum, but you really need to think about those bits, because those connections are failing. And when we get the Motu move in, yes, I've been asking for, integrated ticketing for over 10 years now. You need to be there and going, actually, it shouldn't matter what the mode is. I know there's an issue with mode and we can't transfer at the moment on prices, and that's a frustrating thing, and it's not your issue or not your fault, but we need to be ready for that, and we need to have the network optimized and tuned so we're not having gaps in our system. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Pete. Questions from colleagues? See none. Councillor Potter's reaching for a cup of tea and the microphone.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I suppose the approach here is to frame things as a question. So, let me frame it as a question then. Are you aware that that Medlink and the Regional Council have a plan for getting the buses, the bikes back onto the buses? But our plan is for those that facility to be available 24/7, day and night, whereas some of the operators in New Zealand have elected to do that in the daytime only, which the regulations provide for. The approach that we have taken means that it will be a little bit longer, late June, very early July, before we're able to switch everything on, rather than a Hunger Games type approach where you don't know whether the bus that's coming is going to have provide you an ability to fold down your bike rack.
I am not aware of that, and thank you for the question.
we could have communicated that better. And
Maybe there's an opportunity for greater communication. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Through you, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Duffy.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
You briefly mentioned the 154, but I
Yes.
didn't quite catch the
Oh,
context.
sorry. So the 154 is a bit like the previous speakers in Kapiti, is the way it runs and meets the trains in Petone. Is that if you look at the timetable, and I have to admit I haven't looked at it for a while because I've got friends who live up the hill, and frankly it's quicker just to walk up the hill to find them. And the 154 actually has been affected by roadworks, ironically enough. But it's the same situation of that bus meeting train, of making sure that if you're making a conscious choice as network designers and planners, which train are you meeting or not meeting? Because if you're only running once an hour, which is what it is, because you've got a bus running it, are you going to deliberately time it to meet or deliver passengers for certain services?
Thank you. I can just see on our website that we do have a little note about bikes and scooters and the bike racks being temporarily disabled, but it is correct, but it could be updated actually. And one of the things that could be updated to say is how many of the vehicles actually needed to be physically altered, because we know that it's something like 200 and something, and they are currently all being done, and that work is scheduled to be completed and ready for the entire fleet to be available from the 1st of July.
It's the absence of information.
Yeah.
That's the vacuum. If you said it's going to take till December,
Yeah.
it sucks, but
Yeah.
it's December and we know that it's coming in December. But if you have information inside your system that you
Yep.
don't seem to be sharing,
I do.
That's frustrating.
It is frustrating. There, like I said, there is some info on there, but it could be updated, and I will make sure that it is updated. And
Thank you, Chair.
Talking to somebody in the back of the room who is taking note of this and is waiting. So thank you. Are there any other questions for Pete? Okay, no, thanks very much, Pete, and thanks for your ongoing support of us with your submissions and feedback. It's really appreciated.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah. Okay, should we do one more? No.
We don't have anyone else here.
Okay.
No, we don't.
So we're going to take a break. So we'll take a break. We'll have lunch, and so next person scheduled for 1:45. So we get an hour-long break.
So that is his comment this afternoon.
Oh, it's coming. Yeah, it's coming. So break now. 12:45 to 1:45. So see you back here 1:45. So welcome to folks online. We're hearing submissions on the draft regional public transport plan, and the next submission is from Kapiti Coast District Council. So Janet, the Mayor of Kapiti, I think I saw you there. There you are. Yep. Hello. So welcome, Janet. And so the format is 5 minutes for the submission, and then 5 minutes for any questions we have. And the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to submit today, and thanks also for the work that's gone in with staff, doing workshops and making sure that we were able to feed in early. So it reflects some of the really important issues we have in Kapiti, so we're really grateful for that. But we've just got a few comments in areas where we think it could be strengthened. So first of all, just of course so pleased to have the plan for introducing inter-regional train services by 2028, because of course that's just going to be a total game changer for our district and for our connection with our northern neighbours, which is becoming more and more important. And also pleased to see an increase in the frequency of services between Palmerston North and Wellington. Absolutely just so crucial as we do more and more work with our northern neighbours. And also thanks, during the workshop we were able to share our growth story about what's happening in our district, the enormous growth that's coming to Kapiti and to Horowhenua, and to help shape the draft plan. But we think that it's not strong enough. We'd like to see it strengthened in some areas. Probably most importantly, we want to see a greater commitment to more frequent services sooner rather than later. We identified locations in our growth strategy, including railway stations for new developments, and we'd like to see these and other services considered to support these new areas where thousands of people are moving in. We've also previously pressed for action on these, but what we'd really like to see is some tangible outcomes. In a lot of places in the plan, it says we're going to investigate, we're going to plan, but what we'd like to see is actions and timelines, because this growth is coming now. People have got spades in the ground, and those people need to be able to get around with public transport. So also the recent government changes have seen an acceleration in this growth, because we've had quite a number of fast-track developments being approved, which means that this growth is happening so fast, and we need action now to meet that growing demand and cater for those growing communities. So Kapiti is growing fast. I think I've made that quite clear, and we need those services to support this and provide those transport options, because otherwise, with all the some new focus too on greenfield development, we'll become a district that's dependent on cars. And that's not aligned to either of our priorities, your council or ours, in terms of our commitment to a low carbon, accessible transport network. So we're keen to see when and how public transport improvements will be delivered, actions to meet the needs of our transport disadvantaged population, which is well outlined in the draft plan, and a commitment to support the long-term growth outcomes for Kapiti Coast and the Western Kapiti Wellington Horowhenua growth corridor, where that significant development is happening. So we recognise the draft plan's recognition of rising interregional public transport demand. However, the timing and sequencing of responses in this growth needs to be clear. With current lower levels of service, we need early planning and investment to secure long-term benefits. So to do this, we want to see a much stronger commitment by Greater Wellington to work with Kapiti Coast, Horowhenua, and Horizons on the strategic planning for the expansion of the services that we need. With Otaki looking north for health services, employment and training, the integration of services with Horizons is critical, and it's a problem that I don't think's been addressed during my time around council. We would like to see further details added to the plan of when and how investigation and consideration of additional services for the Otaki and Te Horo area will happen to align with the wider regional work around priority development areas such as Otaki. So our submission also outlines our views on improving access to public transport services in Kapiti for those with more specific needs. We'd like to see more strongly in the draft plan a public transport objective to provide transport choices including during off-peak periods, especially for those without access to private transport. For instance, we have young people who can't get to work on public transport if they're working in a restaurant in the evenings. An emphasis for improvements to passenger frequency, reliability and accessibility, including an investigation of better bus connections between Levin and Kapiti, an emphasis in the plan on connections for Kapiti to be widened to include connecting our people between Kapiti and Horowhenua districts and between educational institutions and job markets across the Lower North Island. We're seeing more and more people wanting to access those educational services, and also in the future we're looking at integrating some of our educational services with Palmerston North, so that'll be crucial. So we agree it's a priority to provide adequate public transport for transport disadvantaged people. In our submission, we identify what some of those groups are in our view. So of course our older population in Kapiti for health services and social connection, but also our younger people, and also for health and social and support services. So access to health services are a crucial issue for our district. And I'd like to acknowledge the Kapiti Health Advisory Group's submission that they made earlier today. I think it's an excellent submission and outlines some of those issues really clearly. So one solution to this issue could be on-demand public transport services. So Kapiti has a significant older population, and some of our residents are currently at risk of not being able to access core health services due to transport issues. And that's something that the Kapiti Health Advisory Group has been really clear on. So an on-demand service might be feasible in Kapiti because of that older population. Our age-friendly reference group noted that with our older population, a different cost-benefit analysis may result from a well-publicised on-demand bus service than was experienced in the Tawa trial due to those demographic differences. So we request that Greater Wellington meet with KCDC to further discuss this and to reconsider the parameters that may successfully support on-demand public transport services in Kapiti, because we believe there might be a different outcome to what happened in Tawa. So briefly touching on some of the other aspects of the submission, the impacts of moving to a cashless network. Of course, there'll be benefits in that, but the transition will be really crucial so that we don't disincentivize use of public transport, and particularly for some of our older users, making sure that nobody is disadvantaged and there are no perverse outcomes during that transition period. So park and ride. Demand management. It's a little bit different here in Kapiti because we have a lot of people travelling quite a long way to get to train services. We have free parking on the streets around, and so we could have some really difficult problems in around our park and ride facilities if this isn't really carefully managed. So we'd like to work in partnership with you on all potential options to assist with managing parking demand without that being a payment system. And some of these options could include additional bus routes in Pekapeka connecting to the existing Waikanai Otaki route, addition of further bicycle and scooter storage at train stations. Looks like we might be getting some e-scooters soon in Kapiti, which might help with this issue. So in conclusion, we would welcome the opportunity to further discuss the issues raised in our submission, including achieving better public transport for our northern areas, people of all ages and our more disadvantaged communities, particularly in the light of the growth that's occurring in our district. Planning for demand management at Metlake Park and Ride facilities would be another area we would like much more discussion, and further investigation of on-demand public transport options. So we support the commitment in the plan to providing low carbon, reliable transport options, and we look forward to working with you to progress the actions identified in the plan and in our submission. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. Ngā mihi.
Thanks, Janet. Thanks very much. And we've got your submission here. So I'll open the floor for any questions from...
I have Hamish with me here, by the way, too. He might be able to help with answers to questions.
Kia ora, Hamish. Councillor Duthie.
Kia ora kouroua. Councillor Quentin Duffy speaking. In our plan part of the Kapiti section, there's a note to investigate the potential for new rail stations north of Paraparaumu. Do you think there is potential there? And then also in other submissions, there's been suggestions for additional stations at Queen Elizabeth Park and Raumati South. Do you see benefits in that suggestion, in those suggestions?
Well, of course, I see benefits in all of those suggestions. They all have merit. What probably needs to happen is a robust analysis of the benefits of each site and seeing what can be added. In my view, just off the top of my head, having not identified some of those other areas in our submission, I would prioritise those areas that are experiencing really high growth, because that's what people need to be able to get from their home to their place of work to health services. And then also look at connections between those stations and some of the new developments. And also, it's not in our submission, but working, I know this is good, not to do with train stations, but working with developers to really ensure that developments are fit for purpose for public transport options, because some of the developments that are being created at the moment, they're not really supported. They're not really supporting bus turnaround and things like that. So it just needs to be. There needs to be more work done on how our public transport system supports growth. And if those railway stations are going to support that, then that they would be the ones that I would be progressing.
Thanks, Janet. Councillor Bassett.
Can I just talk about the growth? And I completely understand the growth of the Kapiti Coast. I understand that. But I just want to get a handle on whether it's you are talking about new routes that are not in existence at the moment. But with the focus that you've talked about more services, are you talking about that the current routing of the buses, are they being full all the time, and demand is people are struggling to get on buses and things like that? Does that become a problem?
I think it's the reach of the service rather than the capacity. Would you agree, Hamish? Yeah, just there aren't any buses to get on in some of the areas that are being developed. I think that's the major issue. I don't think capacity of the service is such a big issue in Kapiti.
Okay.
And potentially some of the ongoing connections for some parts of our community. So coming back to the Otaki to Horo community, there's a number of bus services circulating locally, but it's those interconnecting services that are actually important. And without the frequency and ability to have those interconnecting services, it's somewhat limiting for how the local services are then on-used or connected to those broader network opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Staples is next, and then Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Holborough. I have a question carrying on from your comments around growth and development. And I totally agree with what you're saying about regional council working with the developers to ensure that the developments are public transport ready. However, where do you see the TA's role in this? Because at the end of the day, it's the TA that signs off the consent for subdivisions and the design of those subdivisions. And other than probably discharge, etc., we have very little say in those. So how do you see us working together on that, please?
I guess it's a matter of everybody, everybody being in communication and working together. But yeah, I take your point around the specific design of the subdivisions being important. But if you don't have plans for a bus service to reach an area, it's hard for us to make the case with the developer to allow for it. So it's just, I guess it's an example of how the developer and any agencies kind of need to work together. And it's also just that future planning rather than, you know, being reactive or saying, it's that what I said around, you know, having those plans ahead of time to ensure that you get the long-term benefits and having that wider scale view. And I know I acknowledge that it's difficult with the uncertainty around funding, and I'm fully aware that Greater Wellington does its best with the funding that it gets and optimises all its bus routes. And I know there's been quite a bit of improvement in Otaki, so I'd like to acknowledge that as well. But it's around that, and it's not just around public transport, but it's around our response to growth in general. We need to be far more future focused around all services, and this submission today just happens to be around public transport.
Thank you.
Thanks, Janet. I just had one point from my side on this growth question as well. I mean, there are some parts of the world where development pays for contributions towards public transport infrastructure and services, just like in our jurisdictions in New Zealand, development pays for certain other services like water and roads. Do you think that is something that should be considered?
Sure. Yeah. I think that's so. When I met with the Minister for Local Government a couple of weeks ago, I talked about how these new levies could help to potentially pay for new central government services, for instance, education and health, because we get quite fixated on developers paying for water and roads and the stuff that local councils deliver, district and town councils, but we don't acknowledge those other services that are provided by regional authorities or by central government. So definitely, I think that's something that the regional council could take to the minister as they work on these new levies, because the detail around that hasn't been finalised yet. So there's actually a bit of an opportunity right now to have that conversation, I would think.
Yeah, well, I mean, perhaps we could even work.
Good.
And the other thing is that the cost of providing public transport services is directly related to the urban form, so the type of land use and the type of development that's being done. So the more spread out it is, the more expensive the public transport services are to provide. The more compact and around railway stations, the cheaper it is to provide. So that's something to consider as well if we're looking for more public transport. But I'm sure that's
absolutely. Yeah, completely agree.
Okay, thank you very much for that submission, and we'll come back to your points in more detail when we deliberate tomorrow afternoon. So
thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in. Thanks.
Man, thank you.
And next is Fiona Beals, who is here with you have a beautiful rainbow behind you that we can see and appreciate. So it's 5 minutes for you and 5 minutes for us. So over to you, Fiona.
Yeah, kia ora koutou, ko Fiona toko ingoa, ko Wainui noho ana. Behind me you do see a rainbow, it's a rainbow of hope, and behind that is North Wainui. So Wainui is poorly designed. It has strong north-west connections but poor east-west connections. And while this is a Hutt City Council problem, the issue is compounded now with growth in Wainui North. And you've already heard about Kapiti, but we have significant growth happening, greenfields growth in Wainui North. Historically, Wainui North was serviced by two buses, Wellington Road and Y Street, both going down to dead ends and then turning round. These services ran from 6:30 a.m. with the last bus departing Queensgate at 5:30 p.m, making it near impossible for commuting people like myself. In the last formal review of public transport in Wainui, the Y Street bus was ceased and the Wellington Road bus joined the Y Street at our only north, our east-west connection, that being Norfolk Street, which is 2/3 of the way down Wellington Road. What it does is comes down to the end of Wellington Road and then does a U-turn. A lot of diesel just to do a U-turn. In 2018, Hutt City Council formulated plans for the development of Northern Wainuiomata, which would have seen an east-west connection put in at the top of Y Street and Wellington Road, but this was opposed by residents. Since then, Wainuiomata North has been identified by central government as a potential growth area and is acknowledged as an area that is growing by Hutt City Council and Greater Wellington Regional Council, but is not a designated growth area. And while the land prices have been going up, residents have been selling properties to private developers. The result is lots of dead-end streets, cul-de-sacs, all coming off Y Street and no east-west connection. What this is resulting in is at least a 30-minute walk to the nearest bus stop for able people. There is a shortcut across Arakura Park. I would not have my children do that shortcut today because Arakura Park is muddy. So the issue that we have is that while the infrastructure such as water, electricity and even gas has been incorporated into the expansion and development of Wainuiomata North, and our Mayor of Kapiti Coast has spoken into it, and I know it's not just a regional council issue, and hence those of you who have met me at any point will know that this is a submission that I consistently give to all levels of government. There is no public transport planning happening in the Wainuiomata North development area. And what this means is that families, school children cannot access public transport and must move into that area with access to their own private transport. That's the bulk of what I wanted to submit on. I'm more keen for the conversation that follows because it's something that I am passionate about, but I am really, really concerned, both in my role as a resident, but also that I work at the local polytechs, that it's just the Wainuiomata is just completely not serviced right by public transport. Some of the ideas that have come out in the plan are good, but they're just thinking ideas and consideration ideas, not ideas to get things moving. I once was told what comes first, public transport or the growth. Ideally, we would have some public transport options in for areas where new residents are coming. Kia ora. Open for questions.
Thanks, Fiona. Very good points and perfect encapsulation of the problem of urban form and cost of public transport. So open for questions from the group. Councillor Duthie.
Kia ora, Fiona. Quentin Duthie here. In your submission, you propose a sort of short, medium, long-term type stages, recognising that in your proposed sort of ideal connection between Wise and Wellington, there's needs a new road to be built and bridge across the stream. Briefly explain what you think the ideal arrangement would be, and then what you've got as a short-term proposal.
Yeah, ideally, absolutely ideally, there would be more consideration on east-west connections, particularly at the end of Y Street and Wellington Road. We do have Upper Fitzherbert that goes right down the middle, but that's already been identified as a street that would be very difficult to develop. This was all done prior in the 2018 Hutt City Council work. And I know that this is not a Greater Regional Council mandate. You've just spoken that to the Mayor, but from Kapiti Coast, but there needs to be some incentive to get that east-west connection in at the end. The cost savings in that is actually quite significant. There's a lot of money that happens with a bus going all the way down the end of Wellington Road just to do a U-turn and go back, and yet residents in the development areas can't reach those stops. And yet, to me, it's like if you hit a joining road, you're not wasting diesel because you're just turning around and going back the other way. So you can have two buses going either way each time. Given that that is potentially long-term, some of the shorter-term solutions, and like I've even been just thinking on this, and I know this is in addition, but there is Upper Fitzherbert Road and there is Arakura Park and there is easy pedestrian access between those areas and the cul-de-sacs of Wellington Road and Upper Fitzherbert, and even having greater pedestrian access to get across that park, which is currently serviced by only one pedestrian bridge, and even footpath across that park, because it does turn into mud, would reduce access time from public transport from 20 minutes down to 5, because people could get across that east-west move really quickly.
Thank you. Councillor Staples is next.
Thank you. I'm wondering, obviously, it either needs to be a developer that does a development that allows for the connections, the east-west connection, or Hutt City could put a road in as a precursor to the development. I'm wondering what Hutt City have said about that option of them actually putting the road in as a precursor, which allows the bus to go round in a circle, and then the development would follow on from that.
There's ongoing wrestling between our current mayor that has land down that area, and that actual action. I don't know fully too much into it. I have submitted the same to Hutt City Council.
Thank you.
I'm just a resident that sees a need and sees a very simple solution for both you and Hutt City.
No, fair enough comment. Yes, I just it was clarification for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's it for questions here on this. But yeah, we've taken note of your points and we've read your submission, and we'll certainly come back to this in our deliberations. And yeah, Wainuiomata. Yeah, I don't know what we can do about this particular situation, but yeah, we will definitely respond.
Yeah, and as I've said in my submission, I support all the other points of even just investigating solutions and looking at on demand. It'll be really good to see the Tony connections. I've said that as well, simply because it gives access to people to education as well. So there's a whole. It's public transport deprived, to be brutally honest, even though we do have 2 routes. But as some of you know, those 2 routes all join onto one road, so it's how to get that right.
Yep.
And it could be an arterial service or something through Wainui to get that right.
Yeah, points well made, taken. Thank you. Thanks for coming on, Fiona, and thanks for your submission. We're going to keep moving. So next is Thomas Bryan from Blind Citizens New Zealand. Thank you for coming in, Thomas. We've got your submission here, and yeah, so the Mike's live now, Thomas. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and councillors. Before I start, I'd like to ask a question of you, Mr. Chair. If you could tell me how many councillors are here today, and I'll explain a little why later.
Yes, certainly. So we've got 4 councillors on my left, or actually 3 councillors and 1 member of the committee, and 4 councillors on the other side. So 8 councillors plus me. So 7 councillors, 8 councillors, 9 members.
Thank you very much, Ralph.
And one councillor online as well.
Wonderful, thank you. So Blind Citizens New Zealand, as stated in our submission, has been around for many a year. In fact, we're celebrating 80 years this year as an organisation lobbying, advocating on the behalf of our wide community. Many people in the community start to lose their vision later in life. And so while they may not always identify as being blind, the impact that they have, or the areas that impact on their lives, impact on many others as well. And so rolling out accessible public transport benefits everybody. We looked at the plan, and there are many areas that we really support. And we want to thank Metlink and Greater Wellington for the terrific work that you've done over the last few years. In particular, the establishment of the Public Transport Advisory Group and adopting the Access Charter. That's made a huge difference in many areas. But we see the journey has a long way to go yet. The reason I asked the question around how many were around the table is because that's often what it's like for many in our community when they get to a bus stop. Where is the pole? Is there an audible sign at this bus stop? When a bus pulls in, which bus is it? And 9 times out of 10, we can be standing at a bus stop and you'll ask the first bus, and the bus you want is actually down the back or it's pulled out and gone by. And so you wait another 15, 30 minutes for the bus. So asking that question gives me an indication who's around the table, but it's the same sort of thing when you're at a bus stop or at a pedestrian crossing. So we certainly support most of what's there. There are a few things that we've given as suggestions and how to improve access to public transport, because it's not just our community that benefits. When we look at the low floor buses, it wasn't that long ago that Wellington red buses all had steps in them. And if we were to take our new buses off the road and put buses back with steps in it, it wouldn't be just the disabled community that would be complaining bitterly. It would be almost every passenger who gets on a bus would be complaining bitterly because they'd have to lug their groceries up the steps, they would have to lug their suitcase, or they would just struggle with the steps full stop. So there's great work that benefits everybody. And so, as I said, we support many of the actions that are in the plan, but we do have some concerns, and some of them relate to cash fares and the impact that will have on people who cannot afford cash fares or cannot afford to actually purchase a card and then afford to put an amount of money on the card on a regular basis. There are a number of our community and the wider disability community who that would really impact on. They may be in low paid jobs and they're just struggling to make ends meet at the moment. The new trains, there's been a lot of input from our communities around the design of the new trains, which we really applaud, but we would like more involvement with projects like that. We see there's been some great initiatives, but there's been some initiatives that have fallen flat. The rollout of the pilot tower bus is a great example, and the new bus tower service that's out there at the moment, it's not that accessible for older people and disabled people. There are no designated real stops. Often, if you're in a wheelchair, how do you get off the bus onto a grass area? If you're a blind person, how do you flag down the bus? It's a backward step, making public transport in an area where people live a real challenge to try and use. And it's those sorts of initiatives that could have worked that much better if there'd been more engagement with the community. Pets on buses. At the moment, we have service dogs on buses. Those dogs are specifically trained to basically keep to themselves, guide the person or support the person they're with, and do nothing else. Having untrained pets on buses that are loose, for a better word, will cause problems. There are other passengers already who are not comfortable with service dogs on buses because of allergies, but there'll be, we would imagine, issues for drivers as well. And if the dog has an accident on the bus, who cleans it up? Already we see some people whose dogs in cars in taxis will sit on a seat. Do I really want to sit on a seat that a dog's been sitting on? So there are lots of safety issues and security issues for someone with a service dog. Their dogs, as I said, are trained to be out of the way, not to interact with people or with other dogs, but other dogs don't have those same behaviours. And so that could pose some issues on public transport. So we certainly don't support that, but we do support many of the other initiatives. We want to see more public transport, but we want to see the journey from organising public transport and getting to the end destination to be fully accessible. At the moment, the MetLink app is not that accessible for someone who is older or for a blind person. The website needs work doing to it, and that's all part of the journey. And we need to see more improvements around accessibility so we can get people who are stuck at home out and about. Our biggest concern at the moment, I think, around accessing public transport has been the rollout of cycle lanes within Wellington, not the cycle lanes themselves, but the poor design that Wellington City Council has rolled out and hasn't listened to the community. When a neighbour of mine has to put a sign on their fence because they have a disabled child, that means that they can't get out and load the wheelchair and their child into their vehicle because of the barriers that the cycle lane has posed, then that to me shows poor design and lack of willingness to listen. Whereas we know that's not always the case with Metlink and Greater Wellington. You listen to our submissions, you work with us, and I can only applaud the work from the Metlink team with working with us around making public transport more accessible. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Thomas. Thanks so much. And thanks for all your other work and support for our public transport work. So are there questions for Thomas? Councillor Connolly?
Hi, Thomas. My name is Ros Connolly from Upper Hutt. I'm just curious about the Tower on Demand, the new bus service replacing the Tower on Demand, and I'm a little disappointed by what you've told me in terms of the accessibility of that service, and I'm wondering if you if you and the Public Transport Advisory Committee had input into the design of that service before it was launched.
To the best of my knowledge, no, I haven't been at all the meetings, but a group of us did go out on the bus before it went live, but there are no audio announcements or visual announcements on the bus. And as I said, you have to flag down the bus. There are no set stops like there is, you go down to Manor Street, you wait at, pole number 3, and that's where the bus stops. And so if you can't see the bus coming, how do you flag it down?
That seems like an obvious, a foreseeable problem with that service, and so I definitely think that should be added to our deliberations, and maybe we could look to add in. I mean, I get the ethos of the service and trying to make it more user-friendly for people, but perhaps some designated stops could be included as well for people that have trouble flagging down.
Yeah, and I think, to be fair, there are a couple of stops like at the New World or at the station, but it does such a huge loop that, you could be waiting there and thinking, oh, have I missed the bus or not? Because there's, but I think there are some ways to improve the service, and on-demand services often work really well if they're planned and accessibility is part of the plan.
I think we will definitely look at that in our deliberations. And I think the idea is that once we get a sense of how that route is being used and where people are getting on and off, that some fixed stops may be designed into that route. So we're looking at that, but we will certainly come back to that. I appreciate that point.
I think the thing that we would always say is that you have to build accessibility in at the outset, not after the fact. It's like designing websites and apps. If you get it wrong and you have to retrofit it afterwards, then it becomes a costly exercise.
Yeah, no, good point. Well made. Are there any other questions for? Yes, question, Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Thomas. Councillor Quentin Duffy from Lower Hutt speaking. You identify the issue of visually impaired passengers struggling to identify which bus is the one they're wanting at a bus stop, which has been raised with me by other members of the community too. I'm thinking, what are some of the options for resolving that? Is it that the bus announces which one it is and where it's going when its doors open? Is it that there's a device like on your app or whatever device people generally use that sort of is saying which buses are pulling up, pulling out? Or is it something physically at the bus stop that on the pole or something like that? What are some of the ways of resolving that?
Sure. I think the easy solution, when I say easy for the passenger's perspective, because how many of us have left our phones behind, and how many people do we know that actually don't have a smartphone or are competent in using it, is there's a model in parts of Australia, the UK, parts of the States. When the bus pulls into the stop and it opens its doors, there's an speaker on the outside of the bus that says Route 67 Lower Hutt. And it means it's very clear for anyone who's standing at the stop, that's not my bus, I can step back. And it's something that gives greater independence for not just our community, but for older people, for anyone who does struggle to read the signs on buses.
Thanks. Are there any other questions for Thomas? I was going to ask about the onboard announcements.
Sure.
Because I do feel like I've had a bit of feedback about this, and yeah, I mean, I think you know what I mean. But I do worry actually that this is being messed with, because we're not getting a consistent level. The levels actually have been set for each vehicle, and they should just be the same all the time on each vehicle that they've been calibrated for. But that isn't happening, right?
No,
so,
it's not.
Yeah, can you talk to us a bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So a
I'm
number
talking about onboard announcements. Yeah, sound. Yeah, the
Yeah.
sound. The level of sound. The volume is not consistent.
No. And so a number of us have gone off and done little exercises, and some of us report back to Metlink on a regular basis. You know, I caught this 10 past 4 bus from wherever going to wherever, and the audio wasn't working or it was muffled. And it appears that there seems to be some form of, like, on some of the electric buses, the drivers will have, even on a hot day, will have the fans and the heaters on full, which to me is about disguising the noise. It may not be, but it seems strange on a hot day. Why would you have the heaters blasting on the bus? But you're right, it differs almost. And I guess part of the problem is, for me, is there are so many different designs of buses, and trying to be consistent is going to be a real challenge. But I would have thought every single electric bus should be the same. And every double-decker should be the same, and you should be able to have some consistency. But I hear rumours as well that there is some tempering of the systems. Some of the speech is muffled, and to me it's like, has someone put something over the grill of the speaker? Have no idea. But I have very good hearing, and when I'm sitting on the bus and there's no one on the bus and I can't hear the full announcement as to the next stop is, then to me there's something wrong.
Well, I agree with you, and I think we'll be looking at this tomorrow in our deliberations. But it's unacceptable that the volume is not working, and it's
and a group of us are really keen to work with Metlink, because we understand, you know, there are variations, and we're really keen to do what we can to support Metlink to get it right, because it is a great initiative, and it's made a huge difference to not just our community, but to tourists and to anyone who may not be a frequent traveller on buses.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, and we'll like I said, we'll come back to that and your other points as well tomorrow.
Thank you.
Are there other? I think that's it for this one. So thank you. Yep.
Thank you very much.
One of my colleagues is just there with you. So thank you very much. So I think we've got Stu Sexton online, and that might be it for today. But yeah, we'll.
So James Barber, we're just checking on James Barber.
Yeah.
He may be ineligible.
Yeah.
Turn up earlier.
Yeah. Okay. So Stu, thank you for coming. We are here. It's 5 minutes for you to speak, and then 5 minutes for us. That's how it works. So
sure.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Kia ora. So thank you for having me. So my submission was around the ferry service, the East Bay West ferry service, and it not being accessible. I live out in Eastbourne, and was a regular user of the ferry services into the city for work purposes, and then was told halfway through last year that I was no longer able to take it because I was a health and safety risk. There are, I guess, a number of issues there in terms of the right to use public transport, the right for a number of different disability rights, I guess, if not human rights, that crosses that boundary. But that's not really what my submission was around. It was around about finding a solution to making the ferries more accessible. Yes, granted, you're at the mercy of the sea, you're at the mercy of the tides, and boats aren't the most accessible thing at the best of times. However, it was my belief that, or is my belief that they can be. I guess case in point is the fact that we've got the floating dock on the Queen's Wharf side that would make it easier for someone like myself, a wheelchair user, to access the ferry. And often I find, or I get told that, oh, we can't do that because it's our wharves are historical. My argument is that if our wharves are so historical, we've just had the Days Bay wharf upgraded, and when it was being upgraded, I actually contacted the council about making it accessible at the same time, and never heard anything back. But it was upgraded. It's different materials, so that kind of doesn't really wash in terms of them being heritage. And my other argument to that is, around the ferry, the wharves being a vehicle for, getting people on and off. They're not, if people can't enjoy or go out on the harbour, they can't enjoy the fact that these wharves are historical pieces. I get that, but I think in this day and age, it's about moving people around the city in a way that's going to work for them. The other issue, I guess, that I had was around the amount of space or bandwidth that the ferries were given in the submission process. When I was making the submission, I found it very difficult to find any information about the ferry. There was a little bit down the bottom, but it was mainly about buses and trains. And I think, in this day and age, again, when there's so many other options, in terms of the submission, or making these things accessible, we need to start looking at how we do that. So that was that's around my submission, the need for the ferries to be accessible to everybody, whether they're whatever their differing abilities are. So yeah.
Thanks, Stu. Not a great story. I mean, yeah, a good story. I mean, well-told story, but not a great. And I know that there's ongoing work here with this, but I'll open for questions if there are any from the floor about this. Councillor Duthie and then Councillor Staples.
Kia ora, Stu. Councillor Quentin Duthie here from Lower Hutt.
How you doing?
Got two questions. One is the ferry service also serves Matiu Soames Island.
Correct.
And the wharf there was recently upgraded just last year by Department of Conservation. Do you know if accessibility was considered in that upgrade?
Not that I know of.
Because I guess I'm thinking, while there is a bus from Eastbourne to Wellington as an alternative to the ferry, there isn't a bus to the island.
No, that's right. Yeah.
It's a major sort of.
And I mean, I was also told at the time that not only were staff not able to help me on and off the ferry, if I brought my own family or carer or whoever, or friends, they couldn't help me as well. So, if I wanted to go and stay on the island, there's a couple of accommodation houses out there. I can't. Yeah.
Yeah, which is just interesting in terms of being aware of things that are taken for granted as part of our iconic nature of our city, but are actually inaccessible to some members of the My second question, Stu, relates to the alternative service for you to take a bus from Eastbourne to Wellington, which I presume you would use the 81 bus.
I do, yes.
What's your experience of using that bus service? And
it's been
other submissions that have asked for the return of the Express 85X bus service as a sort of a super quick or a quicker version of the 81. Have you used that in the past, and what's your experience of those buses?
Sure. Bus, I've had good experiences on the bus. Every now and again, you'll get a bus that goes past you at the stop because they don't see you, or something like that. No, and that has happened. But yeah, the service has been good. Drivers, I have a good rapport with the drivers. I'm a very active disabled person, and I don't actually, so long as the bus kneels down, I can actually get on without them having to get off and put the ramp down and that sort of thing. And when we get into town, the same. So yeah, very good, service there. To answer your question around the 85, yes, that would be really good. One thing I guess one issue I do have around the buses would be the number of how crowded they get. By the time you've been through Eastbourne, through Petone, there's often standing room, and when we get into the city, getting a wheelchair off the bus is more difficult.
Thank you, Councillor Staples.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. My question again is probably aimed at our officers because it's some information I'd like to know. My understanding under the Building Act is that when a facility that may not be accessible has any sort of major upgrade, it has to become accessible. And the same for businesses, the owner.
That's correct.
So where do public wharves sit in this? Because if it's a public facility and it's being upgraded, I would have expected that it had to become accessible.
That's my understanding.
And the business around heritage is a load of baloney because the Wellington station is heritage and we've had to make it accessible. So,
although that was a real
struggle. I appreciate that, but we did get it over. So I'd be quite interested, please, if our officers at some stage could confirm that for me, please.
I don't know. Do we know the answer to that, or are we going to?
We will bring some
We will
information
find it out.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll find it out. We'll find it out. I mean, while we're finding that out, we might also find out whether there's any precedent for situations where a failure has taken place, where something has been upgraded and not been made accessible, whether there's any precedent for remedial action to fix it post facto. So I think you're looking around here, Stu. There's people are sharing your frustration, and we'll look for some answers. That's the very least we can do,
I appreciate that. I think sort of in this day and age, we've got an aging population, and for some the ferry is a good option. But if they can't use it, then
absolutely.
I would like to see, from my own, from as a solution, I think I would like to see, maybe floating pontoons as a workable option. If you could ramp them down to a pontoon that the ferry could then pull up to, to me is a good option.
Yeah,
I'm no expert, but
well, no, neither am I. But I know those have been they were suggested by the ferry company for example, a possible stop in Shelley Bay when there was going to be new housing there. So they totally they're relatively inexpensive compared to a large fixed structure in the coastal marine area. So I think we will consider all these matters and we will include them in our deliberations tomorrow as well. So thank you very much, Stu, for coming in, and we appreciate your submission.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that I think that's everything for today. So we were scheduled to have James Barber, but perhaps we'll get James tomorrow, or if not, we've obviously got his submission as read. So that's us for submissions today. Hang on a second. Emmett's going to tell me something, so I'm going to turn my mic off. Oh, no, I'm going to leave my mic on.
And just to let you know, we're still working with Wellington City Council just to finalise. They did wish to come in tomorrow afternoon. Obviously, we're in deliberations. They're finding a new time for tomorrow, and it looks likely to be 12:30. But we haven't had full confirmation yet who's going to come from there. But we'll update you in the morning.
Great, 12:30 is fine. Councillor Ponta. Yeah, it's been.
Oh, yeah, see, like, even just over that range,
Hutt Valley, actually, yeah. I mean, the Hutt Valley, I think between the Hutt Valley and Upper Hutt, they've got the majority of the submissions.
Actually, we've never seen as big a turnout.
Yeah.
So good. If you guys help to do that, then good on you.
Yeah. No, it's been great. It's been a good day. So should we close this? We'll close this meeting for today, and we'll come back tomorrow. So tomorrow, yeah, we'll have a few more submissions, and then we'll have deliberations. I would encourage you to look through the officer's recommendations in the paper. The officer's recommendations are in there already. So have a look at those. Familiarise yourself with those, because they'll be a starting point for deliberations. Tomorrow we've made quite a few notes, so there'll probably be some more things that will be coming in, and that's it. So shall we close it off with a karakia? Me karakia tātou. Unuhia ki turu tapu nui, kia wātia kia mama, te ngākau te tinana, te wairua I te ara takata, koe ara e rongo, whakairia kai ake ki runga, kia tina, hau mie huie, tai kia. Thanks everyone.